Good morning, everyone. Tuesday, September 22nd, 2020, regular council meeting here with Clearwater County. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Actually, before I do that, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. So now I'd like to call the meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. We have an agenda before us. Any changes to that agenda? Could I have someone move? Councillor Duncan. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Item 3.1, adoption of the minutes, the regular council meeting from September the 8th, 2020. Any changes to the minutes? Deputy Reeve Swanson moves we adopt. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Item 4.1, 9 a.m. Dr. is it Erus, Peens, and Kirsten Penick, and Dr. Rogers.
And Dr.
Hi. Well, welcome. If we could quickly go around the table and do introductions to our council.
Morning, Jim Duncan, Division 1, that's southwest of Rocky Mountain House.
Good morning. Welcome. Cami Laird, Councillor for Division 2, and that's the block of land east of the Timey Road, straddling Highway 598.
Good morning. Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3, and that's east central straddling Highway 11.
Tim Hoven, Councillor for Division 6, Riva, Clearwater County, and I represent the southeast corner of the county and then everything south of Highway 54.
Morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7, Deputy Reeve. I am everything north of Highway 12.
Good morning, John Vandermeer, Councillor for Division 4, north and west of Caroline.
Good morning, Councillor for Division 5, and I'm basically from Rocky Mountain House through to the West Country.
Good morning, Murray Hagan. I'm the Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
And you have the floor.
Well, as you've heard, I'm Dr. Erus Peens, so Honourable Reeve Hoven, council members. First of all, I want to thank you all for allowing us here today to present our case and to have hopefully a bit of a discussion. So yes, as you've heard, I've got two of my colleagues with me, Dr. Rogers and Dr. Mandel, and then our clinic manager, Kristen Penick. So we're here today to present our case regarding the lease agreement between the Rocky Medical Agent Limited and the Town and County of Rocky Mountain House. I believe you've all received a partial copy of our presentation, so you can refer back to that as needed. So to start, the original lease agreement between us and the town and county came up for renewal in 2019 because our previous entity under which the lease agreement was signed, named Tan Gold, was dissolved. So currently there is no lease agreement in place between the town and county and Rocky Medical Agent Limited. So to give everybody a bit of a background history, the reason for the original sale of the clinic building to the town and county was for the recruitment of physicians. At the time, it was felt that it would make recruitment of physicians difficult if they had to buy into the clinic and put down a big lump sum of money that necessarily they do not have as new grads, or especially as foreign medical grads. And so that decision was then made to sell the clinic to town and county so that there would not be this issue of needing to buy into the clinic and therefore making it easier for recruitment. The original lease agreement was a triple net lease, meaning that there would be no cost to town and county or taxpayers, as the tenant, being us, would be paying off the debenture on the building. And then at the end, Town and County would own an asset worth currently $950,000 as per the appraisal in February 2019, with zero cost to them. The tenant would also be responsible for all maintenance on the building, inside and outside maintenance. And up to date, we've been responsible for replacing the roof. We had the elevator replaced, some carpets, drywall, etc. To note, currently we do have the furnaces in the building are giving us some problems. 2 of them have been deemed to be replaced urgently or immediately. The other 3 kind of up probably in the next 1 to 2 years. So the current situation for us as physicians are that we've been approved in Rocky Mountain House for 18 physicians as per Alberta Health Services. These are general practice physicians with or without extra training services, but it excludes any specialists. I'm noting that because of a question at the presentation with Town with regards to if the general surgeon that we currently have and kind of falls under that number of physicians that we've been approved for. Unfortunately, come the end of this year, we will be down to 10 physicians. The reason for that, we've lost quite a few physicians over the last few years, whether from moving away or retirement. So in the good times, we've been up to 16 physicians, but that's a drastic drop then for us by the end of this year. The original lease agreement had a critical mass clause included, stating that when we're down to 8 physicians, that the lease would be up for renegotiation due to the inability of those physicians to cover the rent and still be financially sustainable. In discussions between us physicians, we probably think that that number or that critical mass number should be closer to 10, just looking at how thinly we are spread as far as all the services we currently provide in town. And we also say that because the 10 physicians is probably our tipping point of where we would start seeing a mass exodus if any more physicians leave after that. So currently our overhead costs, so the cost of running our business, is over $1 million per year. And the rent is one of our biggest expenses at $110,911 plus GST per year. And the issue, I suppose, for us currently is that we only utilize half of the building because of our dwindling numbers. As you can see there, I've added the square footage, and basically for the majority of time, we only utilize the main floor. Now, at the town presentation, there was quite a bit of emphasis put on our business model, and so I wanted to just put a bit of a description of our current business model. So AHS, as the government, pays each physician for the service they provide in either the clinic, hospital, satellite clinics, or long-term care facilities. AHS sets the rules and regulations around the fee for service. Some costs predetermined by AHS are not covered by them and has to be paid by the client or the patient. In looking at business models, I felt that healthcare does not really fall into any of the typical for profit business models, because we provide a service to the community, and we cannot really charge more for the service because that is predetermined by Alberta Health Services. So we can't capitalize on and make more profit if we wanted to. So that revenue that we earn per month is then, first of all, utilized to run the business. So we pay our rent, our utilities, internet providers, our electronic medical recording system and licensing for that. We pay other vendors. We pay our staff, administrative and clinical. We buy consumables. We replace equipment and computers. And then obviously the maintenance of the current building. Only then do we pay ourselves a salary, provide for our own pension, pay our own health insurance, pay all our college fees and registration fees, and then we pay tax on our personal salary as well as business. We do not get any subsidies or other aids from the government. So we realize that the current government is going to put out a sunshine list, and we're all for that, but it will be interesting to see what is presented on that list, because we need to know that there's a difference between our gross income, which most likely is going to be presented, as to oppose what is left after we have basically run our business and made sure that we are covered for when we come up to retirement age.
Excuse me, so just so I can totally understand what you're saying about the sunshine list, you're concerned that, you know, when you do your billing to the province, your professional company gets paid that, right?
Yes,
And you're worried that that is the number that they will be reporting, that does not show all the regular business expenses that the professional corporation has.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
So the concerns for us at the moment is that if we lose more physicians due to high business cost, our clinic will close. Town Council has stated that the Rocky Clinic is a very profitable for-profit business. We are service providers who are compensated based on our level of education, skill, and expertise required for our jobs, our level of risk and stress involved, and obviously for the number of hours we work. Town Council compared us to all other businesses in town and stated that we cannot do for you what we cannot do for others. My response is we are not like any other business. We are your healthcare providers, the custodians of your medical home, and the 24-hour access to emergency care, inpatient care, obstetrical care, as well as surgical care. For us, this is about recruitment. And if we can recruit more doctors, councils are not just doing this for us as physicians, but by taking our case into consideration, they're also doing this for the community, because it will essentially improve our ability to recruit. We are competing with other communities to attract physicians, and the cost of overhead is always something that locums and people that come, or physicians that come and do site visits, question, and it does play a factor into their decision making. If the Rocky Medical Clinic closes, Rocky Mountain House will lose all health care. The notion that we still have a hospital and we can get all our healthcare needs met there is false, because if the Rocky Clinic physicians leave, there will be no physicians to run the hospital. And you can see that I kind of outlined a bit of a domino effect that will happen. So if the physicians' number dwindle more, then eventually there will be no physicians to run the hospital. So you will have no ER or urgent care services. That will lead to no inpatient care, no obstetrics, no dialysis, no long-term care physicians to go and see the patients in the Good Sam's or Park Avenue. Eventually you will have minimal nurses in town because they will move where there is a more sustainable facility. And eventually you will have a downgrade in EMS services. So our ask / our proposal is that currently there is 5 years left on the current lease agreement or the current debenture. We ask that that 5 years be extended to 10 years, thus cutting our current rent in half. I put a note in the, and I suspect in the copy you have, that the landlord takes over all maintenance for the next 10 years. That was an idea. I think that is up for negotiation. For us, that's not really set in stone. Town Council's response to our presentation was that this extension of the debenture, which was partially an idea of theirs coming from their representatives, could not be done. They stated that our ask or our proposal was insulting to them and the taxpayer. And then the motion was made to sell this building immediately. This building, up to date, until the debenture is paid off, has no cost to the town and county and taxpayer. Our current proposal will in the end remain cost neutral for the taxpayer. To summarize, if the doctors leave that building today, council will have to explain to the taxpayer why they are now responsible as the taxpayer for paying off a 5-year debenture on an empty building. If that building goes on the market, we have a few questions to consider. Is the building really worth $950,000 without physicians in it, especially in the current economical climate and with COVID? And then also, will there be a buyer for a building that's 40 years old with a remaining economic life of about 15 years as per the appraisal done last year? We don't think we're asking a lot. I don't think that our ask is insulting. We are asking for help, and our main goal in the end is truly to see if we can recruit more physicians and get that number from 10 up to as close as the 18 physicians that we're currently allowed to have in this town and county. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your presentation. Any questions from council? Councillor Lang.
I guess I'll start. So I was in healthcare for about 30 years. I've worked in 7 different communities across the province, 5 of them rural. The physicians in these communities, they all had their own practice. There was not a consortium of physicians. Some of these communities were very, very rural. And I call it Never Never Land. And I sometimes don't know why anyone wants to live in these communities, but they don't seem to have a problem recruiting physicians. And I actually checked up on one that I lived in the past, and they have lots of physicians, and they have their own medical clinic. I'm just trying to understand what your thoughts are on that. There's pride in ownership. of your own clinic. My understanding with the physicians here, and I'm not sure if it's true, but that you pay a percentage of the hours you work. So those that work 2 days a week would pay less than those that work 5 days a week. And I question if that's fair. So I just want a little bit of understanding on this. On have you thought about having your own practices? Because like I say, there's other communities where they have their own practice and they don't seem to be in dire needs of physicians. So I'm not sure if having a consortium of doctors actually helps in the recruitment process. And on the campaign trail, I did hear from some of my constituents that this should be opened up. And I don't know, maybe physicians can come in and start their own practice. I don't know. Or are they bound to have to go into this clinic?
Answer that for you. Many of your faces are familiar because you've been on the recruitment committee, and so and you know much of the background, but I can just briefly give you. If you know rural communities in Alberta that are not short of physicians, those are unique communities in Alberta. Alberta as a rural whole is short hundreds of doctors. So many years ago when we first started the recruitment committee, and I was there for its inception, it was at a time when we realized that the government alone was not going to be able to serve the needs of recruitment for all rural communities. And so that's when municipalities became involved to say that we need to work towards getting what we need for our communities. And that's when attraction and recruitment committees came up across Alberta, across rural Alberta. So that's where the universities have poured a lot of money into sending medical students and residents out to do their training in rural Alberta because they can't get enough doctors to go to rural Alberta. The majority in our community has tipped that we have more international medical graduates than Canadian graduates serving our community. We are so grateful, but in order to get doctors here, they have to come from thousands and thousands of miles away. So yes, rural Alberta suffers greatly. We have, how many? I'm not even sure. It's over 10,000 people in our community of Clearwater County and the town of Rocky Mountain House that do not have a family doctor. Nobody that they can attach a name to that says that that's their doctor. And that's because there isn't enough. I may have 1,000 people who have attached their name to me, but as soon as I leave or somebody else leaves, that's another 1,000 people that don't have a doctor. So to address your second question regarding whether or not doctors work in one clinic, there is no mandate from Alberta Health that all the doctors have to work in our clinic. So the All Alberta Health Services mandates is the number of physicians that can service our community. So another physician could come up and they could set up a practice and they would be counted as one of the 18. Our focus has been that the costs are greatest minimized by everybody working under one roof. So then you're paying for one manager. You are paying for one set of electronic medical record. Those are the kinds of things. So we have tried to create a circumstance in which it is attractive to all work under one roof, but not forced. Many communities that do have separate clinics started out as one clinic. If you look back in the history books, 20, 30, 40 years ago, they were one clinic and they didn't get along and they split into two. There's a community north of us who's already split into 3 clinics because they're not getting along. The ability of physicians working in a community to work together is essential because no matter what clinic you're in, when you go to that hospital and you have to share an on-call roster and you have to have 4 people in there to be able to do a cesarean section, you have to be able to get along with the people you work with. I worked in other communities where there were separate clinics and you couldn't call a doctor from another clinic even though he was living across the street. You had to call the one that belonged to your clinic far away. So we have felt that it is important for us to try to keep our doctors together, but it is not mandatory, and we do not mandate that we would not stop new doctors from coming. If you could get new doctors to come and they set up a clinic across the street, fantastic. We need doctors here to serve the people.
Just a supplemental question. So if a physician came, and the reason why I'm going on this is I've heard there are physicians that are interested, or a physician interested in setting up their own clinic. Would they be allowed to have hospital privileges? Or would they, I've heard the rumor that they can only get hospital privileges as if they're in the main clinic where all the doctors are. Is that true or not?
That is absolutely not true. So hospital privileges are determined by Alberta Health Services, not by our clinic. And a doctor wanting to set up a separate clinic and obtain hospital privileges would absolutely be able to do so. If you know of somebody that wants to come to Rocky, we would love to hear about that person.
Councillor Laird.
Yes, thank you. So many questions now that you've went through it. I guess what my first takeaway is that you're asking for the lease to be extended out an additional 5 years to the year 2030. So if I'm just confirming my understandings. So that's the first one. And I'm not sure if I understand, who holds the debenture? Is that yourselves, or is that the town or the county? Who's the actual holder of the debenture?
I was under the impression that it was town and county.
Mr. Emmons or Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. I can't speak for the town of Rocky Mountain House, but Clearwater County does not hold a debenture related to this property.
Not even half.
No, it was a cash payment. There's no debenture outstanding on our books related to this.
Mr. Emmons?
And Mr. Hagan's exactly right. So when the town and county entered into negotiations and purchased this building to facilitate physician recruitment.
What year was that, Mr. Emmons?
Oh my.
I'm just putting you on the spot for fun.
Yeah. It was in my time here. Okay. It was a number of years ago now.
Okay.
Reeve Hoban. But at that time, the town of Rocky did take out a debenture and Clearwater County just put up its half, which is why we don't show it on the books.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Emmons, maybe you could explain, when we put out our half, did we just pay it then to the town? And how did that work? Because clearly we would have had to put out half of, and what was that value and amount, if you might know?
I do, Councillor Laird, but not exactly to the dollar. Back in the day, as memory serves me, it was around 1.1 in that neighborhood. And like any real estate purchase, it was a joint purchase. So we paid the bank our portion for the property, and the town debentured from the bank. So whoever we bought the building off of, I wasn't privileged to that. Yes.
Subsequent questions. Thank you for clarifying that. I mean, we recognize the value of the building would go down over time. Do we have any idea of what the current value of this building really is? Has it been assessed by anybody? Anybody's allowed to answer who might know.
So yes, an appraisal was done in February of 2019, which I have an electronic copy of, just not with me today. But the assessment stated that the building was worth $950,000.
Mr. Emmons?
And to follow up, Mr. Martinson, our Director of Ag and Community, just clarified, he has an agreement that states it was purchased in May of 2010. I would have, my memory, I would have said probably around the 90s, but it's far more recent than that.
Thank you. Councillor Laird?
Yes, thank you. That paints a little bit clearer picture for me, and I can appreciate, you know, some of the struggles that I know that I'm not the only councillor who is had the privilege to participate in our physician recruitment, which is ongoing. I recognize the challenges that's going on. I also recognize that the ripple effect it has on the other healthcare professionals. I did note in your list of costs that are coming off of your clinic, one of them is EMR and I assume, it just says EMR and EMR, but I assume you mean EMR, EMT, EMP.
So EMR is the electronic medical recording system we're using.
Thank
And
you.
so we each physician pay a licensing fee to be able to use it. So
Okay.
that's an ongoing cost.
Thank you for clarifying. I was thinking, why are you guys paying for the EMS group?
Yeah.
But thank you. 'Cause that didn't make sense to me at all. So thank you for that clarification. And you indicate you're only using half the building currently? And I can recognize if you're normally at, we wish we were at 18, but we're not. What are you utilizing? Just kind of paint us a picture.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What, in the building, what all are you utilizing? If you could paint us a picture. I don't know, so you can maybe walk us through it.
So pre-COVID was very different than the current situation that we're in. So right now we are.
Would you mind coming closer to the mic? We do have people live stream, and unless we're close in the mic, people cannot hear.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. So currently, because of the pandemic, we're in a little bit different situations. We're utilizing the basement differently because we have vulnerable populations that we're segregating from the general population. So 3 days a week, we have our prenatal clinic in the basement. And so we have made a decision to specifically house them down there to eliminate their risk of being exposed to potential COVID concerns should they come into our community. But prior to COVID, the amount that we used the basement was significantly lower. The number of physicians that it takes to run the clinic, we can house 6 physicians upstairs, but then with the ER and our satellite clinics, we're using the basement approximately 20% of the time, but we use it just to spread out, not because we have the physicians to fill. So now, yes, the basement has come in to be useful so that we can segregate our populations and to allow our physicians to spread out in order to be able to do virtual calls, to see their patients at more of a distance. But when this is over, we use the kitchen, we use the bathrooms, and we use one office on a daily basis.
What is the total square footage of the building that you use?
Approximately 9,000 square feet is the whole building, but we're only using the main floor for the majority of the time, so we're using about 4,200 square feet because then the vestibule takes up about another 500 to 600 square feet.
Okay, thank you. Any more? Okay, Councillor Duncan.
I think the question's been answered, but I'll just try to clarify at the lease of, the rent of 110,000, it looks like then over the 10 years that would pay the 1.1 million. The county paid theirs up front. The town, I wasn't clear, you thought that did they or have they not completed their payments on their debenture? Because
They had a 15-year.
15 years on their debenture.
debenture.
So
So we
they're
are at
not-
the 10-year mark. That's the reason why there's 5 years left.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, Council? Councillor Lang.
This is more for our administration. Since the town is the owner of this building, do we have any say in extending the debenture?
Mr. Emmons or Mr. Hagan?
Short answer, no, because the loan is solely the town. Now, the property is jointly owned between Clearwater County and the town of Rocky. So we absolutely have equal say in the building itself, but as far as the town's loan, that is the town's responsibility and prerogative. Mr. Martinson provided me the actual agreement, so the exact number that the town and county jointly paid in 2010 was $1,241,500.
So the building's depreciated $300,000 in value. based on the market valuation from February 2019.
Correct.
Marie, you had your light on.
I was actually going to share the same information with council and our guests. I would mention as well, based on my review of the lease agreement and my quick review of the purchase agreement here, I don't see any provision for the rent going towards ownership of the building, and I just want to confirm your understanding that this is an operating lease. So I would just caution everyone in terms of keeping the concepts identifiable and separate, is that my understanding, and please correct me if I'm mistaken, is that Tangold was the previous owner of the building, sold it to the county and the town, who, as Mr. Emmons has identified, have joint ownership of that property. The operating lease is to allow the physician group to make use of that building during the term of the lease for a stated rent each year. Comparing how much the rent totals to how much the building is worth or how much is outstanding on the debenture are really separate considerations. So no matter how much rent is paid or what the term of the lease is, really isn't relevant to the value of the building itself, because the rent is not going towards purchasing the building. They're two separate issues. So I hope I haven't confused things more, but I think we need to look at this separately, that there is an operating lease. So I struggle a bit with the request to extend the lease at half the rate in relation to the debenture, because they really don't compare. I think your request, if I can restate it, is extending the lease and reducing the rent payments by 50%. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Laird?
Thank you for clarifying. That's exactly what I was about to suggest, that my understanding, and I've seen you all confirming it with your nods, that you're literally asking for an extension of the lease and a reduce of the rate.
Because the reason for that is if there was a request for just a reduction in rate, then that would no longer be cost neutral to the taxpayer. But because there's only 5 years left on what would have been the lease, our proposal was that by extending it to 10 years, it would still complete that full payment that was originally intended in the original lease.
Okay. I also, just to confirm, I heard you also indicate that with regard to maintenance, that was something that could be negotiated. Would you mind just giving us a little, or elaborating on that a little bit?
For sure. So in our original discussions and meetings, we thought that part of the proposal should be that asking for this reduction in rent and extending the lease, but also moving forward that whereas we've been responsible for the maintenance of the building, we wanted to request town and county to be responsible. But we realized that that in itself is probably a big ask, because that essentially means that the maintenance of the building will fall onto the taxpayer. And so we've kind of rethought that, and the idea is now that we could still then be responsible for the maintenance as we've been for the last 10 years.
Okay. Councillor Laird?
So thank you for confirming that. I appreciate that, you've given it some thought on how you'd like to proceed, and that allows us to have, for me, a clearer picture. I guess one of the other questions that I have is, we know the value of the property is, as you said, $950,000. I recognize that it would have come down in value over the years, and it's the box you work in. Have you and your group considered purchasing the property? Has that ever been a discussion, so that you could literally be, honestly, in charge of your own destiny?
Yes, we have. At the moment, the feeling was that with dwindling numbers, I think there's a lot of hesitation because essentially you don't want to be the last man standing. So a lot of people have thought about it, but the general consensus was that maybe not quite at this time.
No, I appreciate your candor because as your business model changes, you need to remain flexible. So that helps me understand that. The only outstanding questions I have, and it's mostly just because I'm wrapping my head around the whole process. You indicated in your report that the government pays you for the service you provide at the clinic, the hospital, the satellite clinics, and the long-term facilities. Are they at different rates or percentages? Like, how does that work?
The Alberta government sets out what's considered to be our fee code, and it's a document that's available publicly online, and it's hundreds of pages, and every single service that you provide has a cost to it, and the level of complexity, the level of risk, the time of day in which you're providing the service, and the level of expertise required to provide the service is what determines the fee code. So the fee code is different for seeing somebody with a sore throat in the clinic versus treating a trauma patient at 2 o'clock in the morning. But the government has every code set out.
And I can appreciate that, but I guess what I'm asking is, does the fee code change if you're in the clinic versus the hospital versus these other facilities? And I guess because I'm wrapping my head around, you'll have overhead that you're covering in your own clinic versus the overhead the government covers in a hospital facility. So I assume those fee codes might change in percentage or something.
So that was where originally when the current government or the health minister proposed changes to fee codes was exactly that say the fee we get paid for seeing a patient with a sore throat in the clinic has a fee attached with a percentage that they deem would then go to overhead cost, so to your business cost. What the government then proposed was when you see that same patient with a sore throat, so exactly the same fee code, so up to the proposed change, you would get paid exactly the same to see that patient during the daytime in the emergency department. Obviously, after hours, there are extra time modifiers that are added. But then the proposed change was that they would take away the percentage that would essentially go to overhead, because the thinking was that you're working in a government building or facility, you don't need to pay overhead on that because it's the government's property. But that is where rural Alberta physicians then stated, well, we can't think like that in rural Alberta, because while I'm still in the emergency department, my clinic is still running. I still have to pay my overhead there. Although I'm not in that building, I'm required to provide this service in the hospital that day. So for rural Alberta, the government has then changed back to where seeing that same patient will still have the percentage attached to it to cover overhead. So it was a bit of a turnaround, but only for rural Alberta physicians, not for urban physicians. So urban physicians, the code did change. So if they work in an urgent care facility, for instance, then they do not get that percentage for overhead.
All right, that just is completely like mud, but that's wonderful. And I am happy to hear that, you know, we're trying to make sure that we address the challenges around rural health care. I mean, it certainly impacts all of us. For me, this has provided me the additional information I needed, and I'll thank both yourselves and our staff for clarifying that the debenture thing really is separate from the request we're hearing. What I'm hearing is a group of well-intentioned people in our community who provide a valuable service asked to have their lease extended. And I think having somebody in the building sure beats having an empty building we have to explain with challenges. That's just my original thoughts at the moment, and perhaps others would like to chime in.
Unfortunately, we have another, well, I shouldn't say unfortunately, we have a delegation at 9:45. We do have a delegation at 9:45, so we're going to have to end this discussion now. Thank you for coming in. It's very informative. I believe there is a physician recruitment strategic planning session next Wednesday and tomorrow. Okay, I'll have to look at my calendar. And there will be Councillor Laird, Councillor Lougheed, and myself attending. So we're looking forward to continuing this discussion there tomorrow evening. So thank you. And before we end this, I just want to, we won't be making any motions on this today, but I think this council is 100% committed to having a strong community, and a strong community means having adequate health care for all of our residents. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we will have a brief recess to do the COVID protocols, and we'll be back here at 10 to 9, or 10 to 10. 9:53 a.m. We will be moving on to item 4.2. Sokowan Friendship Center, Kirby Bigchild, Executive Director. Welcome, Kirby. I think we can skip the introductions.
Yes, thank you. Good morning to each and every one of you. Thank you for seeing me on such short notice for your busy day and a short notice request. Yeah, so I'm before you. You see our possible poster. You can see your logo is on there. It hasn't been shared socially or publicly yet. I just wanted you to have a look at potentially what the poster will look like after today. Cultural Showcase event is, we hosted it last year. At the Lousopet Center, we had about 500 people attend. It was an amazing event. And we had numerous performers of different backgrounds and also food vendors with different foods representing different countries. I think we had 7 last year. And it was a last minute decision to go forward and have this event this year because of the ongoing pandemic right now. So instead of inside, it's going to be outside and on the 49th Street. So we're going to barricade it off, and we have the Market on Main team helping facilitate the event. So we're going to follow the market protocols and all COVID precautions. We'll have counters and different sanitizing tables and so yeah, we're going to have some performers and I think we have 8 confirmed foods that are representing 8 different countries right now and possibly 2 more. And we have 4 performers so far. We're also renting the Pioneer Center. First time I've been in that building yesterday, and it's an amazing building. There's lots of space in there. And we're going to have some artisans sell some of their cultural crafts, like Filipino Association, Dutch, just different artisans that are selling something cultural. We didn't do the artisans last year because I really didn't want the event to be anybody to come to have to buy something or pay to come in and experience a cultural showcase. But to enhance this year's showcase, we thought it was best to bring in those artisans. Then we can make it the market style showcase. So I'm here before you today to request a partnership in the form of financial and of planning and organizing. So this is an annual event. Our first one was last year. We did host one 2 years prior to that, but it wasn't really a partnership type thing. And I've been really working towards having a community engaging and partnership events. I'll open it up for questions.
Any questions from council? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
So I want to go back and ask a question. You said that the marketplace people are going to help you. So are you going to do the same thing as what happened, is like have a one-way through that and so you have only 200 people at any one time when you say follow COVID protocols? Could you just a little more clarity on that for me?
Absolutely. So we'll have the entrance. So the barricade will be at the Pioneer Center Street. There's the Pioneer Center and then the dental office. So it'll be barricaded there and then barricaded by the fire hall and that open lot. So the entrance will be the one by the Pioneer Center and the exit will be leaving by the fire hall. we'll have some porta potties, and yeah, we'll have counters at the exit and at the entrance. But yeah, we have the Market on Main team assisting us in how that works and stuff. So, and we'll have food vendors on the sidewalks spread out on both sides. And then the artisans will be in the Pioneer Center and the Friendship Center for spacing. Yeah.
Councillor Lang.
Good morning, Kirby. Thank you for your efforts in making this an event to include other cultures in the entire community. I just want to ask, I'm on FCSS, and normally a request like this will go before FCSS because this has to do with sort of community building and culture events. So, and with that, in our policy, point number 9, it says the county should be considered a funder of last resort. That is, other funding sources should be approached prior to considering the use of county funds. So I'm just wondering if you are considering approaching FCSS and if you have approached other funders to help with this event.
The town of Rocky Mountain House is contributing 5,000. Ahsoka Friendship Center is contributing 5,000. FCSS did fund last year, and this year I know FCSS were cut in funds, and yes, I could have went to FCSS for funding. I just felt that because FCSS does so much in the community, I didn't want to take away from other valuable resources for the community to access. It's not that I respect your policy in regards to seeking FCSS support. It's not the FCSS support that I'm after. I'm really after the ongoing partnership with the county. When you look at that poster, you'll see the town, the county, and Ahsoka. And for me, that's quite valuable, and it's important to see those relationships within the community.
Councillor Duncan.
Good. Thank you, and I agree with your sentiment on not approaching FCSS. I'm actually not quite sure it would actually even qualify under FCSS rules for funding, but the food vendors, are they charging for food then, or this is a free event, so they're just providing food? So that's why, like, it's for an event of this length, 1 to 5, it's a fairly extensive budget for an outdoor event. $15,000 is.
I haven't exactly worked out. It'll be over 15,000. Yeah. Last year it was just under 16,000 for this event for last year, and it'll be a little bit more than last year's event.
Right, and the main cost here would be because you don't have the cost of the community center here. The main cost then are the performers and
performers, foods, yeah, and
any security or anything.
The venue, yeah. Extra staffing, yeah. Porta potties, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Laird.
Good morning, Kirby. Again,
Morning.
It's such a pleasure to have you coming to visit us. And so how many years have you been running this so far? Because it looks to me like it's growing and you're expanding it, which is pretty exciting. Mm-hmm. So that's my first question.
Mm-hmm. This is our second year. We did host it 2 years prior to last year, or 2 years ago, but it was a little different. It wasn't as successful, and I believe it wasn't as successful because of the partnerships. And this year, I was counting on Shell Canada's funding. Because of the late decision on having this showcase, I allocated Shell Canada's dollars this year to my kitchen. We got a local food infrastructure grant, and I had to match some of it, so that $5 or $5,000 is going to go to my kitchen. So last year's contributors were FCSS, the town, and Shell Canada. And I don't have those Shell Canada funds. But it was important to have this event this year. We haven't had very many community events. We're usually a booming community with so many things for our town and our county to do, and I felt it was important to have something again. And we had quite the response in how much it was really engaging, and it was well taken. And I just thought, well, let's go for it, and let's do something. So.
Yes.
Subsequent question. I absolutely applaud your initiative because I agree this is such a vibrant community. I'm surprised that, and it shows the effect of COVID and what it's having. So one of my questions was going to be total amount or budget for the event, and I believe that was answered. So have you looked at other in-kind donations? Are you getting anything like that? Like, I don't know if anybody else is stepping up to the plate, not with dollars, but with services or things.
I haven't asked for any donations. I think our community economy is my just opinion. I think it's suffering because of this pandemic, and I didn't want to ask local business for in-kind donations or donations for that matter. The in-kind would be staffing. FCSS, you see their logo on there. They're not a financial sponsor, but I have the FCSS team to access, and they're with their time and their support.
I guess for me, that was exactly what I was going at. Like, clearly you're getting some services from FCSS. I'm curious, you're going to be having the Market on Main group help you with street blocks and whatnot, and I assume that's then from the town. And so of their 5,000, is there 5,000 on top of that in-kind donation, or is that out of that?
No,
Do we know?
we're getting $5,000 for the event. Also, the FCSS staffing and the town staff, and the barricades. They're sweeping the streets, and and garbage bins, and recycling bins, and hand sanitizing stuff. And
Oh, well, thank you. That helps clarify that for me. I think that's it for my questions.
So a question for administration. If this is approved, where would the $5,000 be coming from within the budget?
Rehoven, we do have $6,000 in event funding in the community services budget that hasn't been allocated this year. And I also suppose contingencies always an option for council. Thank you.
Thank you. So if there are no further questions from council, would one of the councillors care to make a motion? Councillor Vandermeer.
Yes, I'll move that we support this event to the extent of $5,000.
Do we need to refer it's coming from the event funding budget, or is that just automatic because it's an event?
Not necessarily required, but I think it would be helpful just for clarification.
Okay. Mr. Vandermeer, would you like to amend your motion as to say where the money's coming from?
Yes, relative to Matt's comments, whatever administration wants to allocate it from.
Okay, Councillor Lang.
I'm pleased to support this event this year, so I'll be voting in favor. But I do want to make a comment, and this comes from, I guess, my background in FCSS. because it is hard times, and we like to spread our dollars throughout the community, we do encourage groups to look at other ways of funding projects. And I know FCSS, and as a councillor, I don't like groups coming back to us year after year after year. So in going forward, I guess I'm just asking if there's any proceeds that are made from this that you put it towards the event last year and become sort of self-sustainable, because there's many groups out there asking for money, and it is, in your own words, it's people are suffering with this economy, and this is tax dollars, so this is coming from the people in our community.
Councillor Duncan.
Thank you for that, Councillor Lang. I was thinking along the same lines. I'm a little bit more comfortable because of, your budget's not totally set here. You're still trying to get some performers, et cetera, that we would only commit to, up to $5,000, but I would like to see the, the final costings of the event, just or if we want to do it 1/3 or whatever, but I would just say up to $5,000 with, depending on the final accounting for the event. So basically I'm saying you sort of indicated that it's 1/3 right now, anticipating approximately $15,000 from the Asquithon Friendship Center and county and the town. So for me, I'd be more comfortable to say up to $5,000 and funding 1/3 of this event for those costs.
Okay. Councillor Vandermeer?
I accept that.
Okay, so let's give admin a second to adjust that motion, and then we'll have it read back to us. Any other comments from council? Yeah, hopefully no snow. So do you have a backup plan in case there is snow or rain?
No, there's no going inside or.
Well, I haven't got my combining done, so it will be sunny.
Yeah.
It better be sunny. Have you, could you read the motion back to us?
Thank you, Recoven. I have that council approves funding up to $5,000 for 1/3 of the cultural showcase event on October 3rd to come from event funding portion of the Ag and Community Services budget.
So it was a maximum of 5,000?
Up to.
Okay, so you have an or. It's going to be, is it 1/3? I think what I'm hearing is the desire is to fund 1/3 of the event up to a maximum of $5,000. And I think we have an or in the wrong place, which gives two different directions.
So I have, thank you, approves 1/3 of the, sorry. 1/3 of the event or up to 5,000.
1/3 of the event up to a maximum of 5,000.
Okay.
You're good with that motion, Councillor Vandermeer? Okay, further discussion on the motion? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much, Kirby, and good luck and good weather.
Thank you. If I may, I'd like to request a delegate from the county, from your table, to come and speak at our opening ceremony at 1. I can send further information, but it would be awesome to have a rep come and speak, and yeah.
I will endeavor to be there at 1 p.m. If you could please forward the information to Tracy, and then she can get that information to me.
Absolutely. Also, I'd like to request if Anne Marie can be a part of my showcase team in planning and just be involved with, however, if she's available.
Mr. Martinson?
To the first point, administration would recommend to council that they make a motion to that effect to approve attendance at the event. And certainly Anne Marie's available and very willing to assist with your event. We're certainly planning on working with you as well as we'll be receiving your financials as council's directed us to through the motion. So thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a great rest of your day.
Yes, we need a motion, sorry. Deputy Reeve Swanson, I got one step ahead.
So I'll make a motion for any councillor that wishes to attend the event along with administration, or does that, we don't need a motion for that? And to accept Kirby's presentation as information.
Any further discussion on that motion? All in favor? Motion carries. Item 5.1. Councillor Laird.
Just backing up a little bit from the doctor's presentation, I'd be willing to motion to accept their presentation as information.
Thank you. All in favor of that motion? Motion carries. Anything else? Item 5.1, bylaws for the North Saskatchewan and Raven recreational boards and map defining the recreation area boundaries.
Good morning, council. Here we are with the discussion around the recreation changes the council's been working with administration on for the better part of a year now. So we're here today to present draft bylaws for council's consideration of first reading, as well as potentially second and third reading, should council wish to do so. If it pleases council, or does council wish me to go through the bylaw line by line, or does council just wish for administration to summarize some of the key components?
I'm content with summarization.
That would be great for administration as well. So we will do that. We've made some changes to the map. Council had some input on the map when we presented it to council during strategic planning in the past. We also have consulted the David Thompson Rec District around making some minor changes to their boundaries. So we've included that. Specifically down in the south, they wish to include the full township surrounding Evergreen because of the utilization of that community of the Evergreen facilities that they've long been rec manager, if you will, over. So we've accommodated that request. It made a lot of sense to administration. We're often focused on nice clean lines and things like that, and so they wish to still serve that area, and we agree that's a great area for them to continue to work in. So we've made those changes. We've outlined the two new areas for the bylaw. Of course, the North Saskatchewan area in the yellow. We've dropped the secondary names for those areas as council wish to shorten those up with the North Saskatchewan and the Raven districts reference to local watersheds, because those of us in ag like to do those things. So that's the map, the changes we've made. As far as the bylaw goes, it lists those areas that you see on the map. We've also provided some information in the bylaw on how the board will be formed, considering all the information council gave to us during the A&P. So as you see, the 5 board members in total, with 2 being councillors and 3 being at-large members appointed by council. We also have considered continuity in the overall governance plan, and so you'll see that we've added to ensure that we'll have a massive turnaround on the board, especially considering the appointed members. So we've overlapped terms and things to try to make sure there's continuity there. We've covered in case of vacancy, of course, clauses around appointments, which is consistent with all other boards We also have included in the bylaw a rough outline on how the council wishes to have the meetings conducted, specifically around things like executive positions like chairman and treasurer, recording secretary. Talks about how and when the board shall call meetings and give notification, and what we deem required for quorum. And you'll see that we've chosen 4 because it is it's an allocation of funding that we wish to see on a consistent and equitable basis in the community, and we believe ensuring 4 members as quorum would meet that consistent allocation. And we believe that will not be a burden, considering this board will only meet a couple times a year and make their direction to administration on how to allocate resources and move along. So we don't believe that'll be a burden to achieve. We've also wanted to ensure that there's a little bit of inclusion in the bylaw that covers the application process, to ensure that's consistent and kind of within the policy and process of how the county does business and council's expectations. So we've done that, and then we've outlined some general housekeeping powers and duties and general provisions that are consistent with other bylaws and things of that nature. And really both bylaws are very much mirror images of themselves, beyond just the areas that they cover. So I think that's kind of a high-level summary of both bylaws. Is there any area particular or anything in particular the council would like to discuss or questions they'd like to ask me and Anne-Marie?
Do we need to specifically state that electronic meetings are allowed or not allowed? Because the bylaw is silent on that. There's the ability to vote by email, but, you know, is a Zoom meeting possible if people chose not to meet in person?
It's our understanding that it doesn't need to be singled out, that could be a decision that the board itself makes through motion, based on information administration provides. So I would assume if council said 3rd reading, get after it, and we called a rec board meeting tomorrow, being that there's a pandemic, you know, we would go ahead and do that. Actually, that's probably an inaccuracy. The very first thing, if council wishes to move forward, is in terms of reference, and that's the first things we'd be doing with each rec board, and certainly maybe at that time, if that's an appropriate time to discuss those meeting, you know, or essentially allow the board itself how they wish to conduct those types of meetings. Maybe a conference call is just as, you know, handy. So we'll allow for that flexibility once and if the committees and boards are formed.
Okay. Councillor Duncan.
Just to clarify a couple points, Matt, Nanny, the expenses for the board itself, which, you know, fairly minimal, if it's only meeting a couple times a year, and the councillors wouldn't be part of that, would that come out of like your regular administrative community services budget, or is that going to come off of the grant, or the amounts allocated for each of the groups here?
It will not come from the grants allocated. The amount allocated will be all dispersed directly to community groups under the line items for each rec board. The costs to the governance costs for the board and the administrative costs to support the board will come out of existing budgets. So honorarium to pay the at-large members will come out of council's honorarium funds that they pay all other committees and boards out of. And then administrative costs around staff and supporting will come out of our administrative funds that already support community services work.
Councillor Laird.
I think for me, it's clarification that I require. I'm looking on page 90 of 128, and it indicates there's 9 communities and 3 schools for the David Thompson. Then it goes on with 6, 6, and 1. and the math isn't adding up for me, and neither is the dots on the map. So what I'm seeing in the Raven district is, I'm seeing 5 halls. Am I missing one? Oh, it's maybe this one on the side. So it's 6, yeah, sorry. So I look, and if Nordegg Recreation Board for 1 hall is $5,000, wouldn't the math just work out to 5,000 per? So wouldn't it be 30,000 for North Saskatchewan and Raven, and 45,000 for, because there's 9, 10, I guess 10, that'd make it 50,000. Like, am I not see, I just want to see it fair. That's question 1, and then I've got another.
So the budget amounts that you see allocated beyond each community, those are budget amounts that were currently approved in the 2019 budget for recreation in each area. So if the questions around, so they certainly could be changed in the 2021 budget if council wishes. If the question was more around how did we come up with the numbers and why there might be some discrepancies between, say, the existing areas that have been getting rec funding, such as David Thompson and Nordegg, versus the new communities. I think those came from consultations with the communities and how we divided up the assets. So we tried to make the 2 new areas be divided in a very equitable way, but it was not at all challenging, and that's around what kind of amenities are there, ball diamonds, playgrounds, things of that nature. So that was how we sort of established the numbers for the North Saskatchewan and Raven, but how they relate to the David Thompson and Nordegg areas, that's really not a very realistic comparison to make, because those areas have been operating for quite some time now, and they've been getting funding from the county for a very long time. So I guess it would, in my mind, some farmer logic, if I may, would be, you know, when you don't maintain your tractor, it costs an awful lot when you start maintaining the tractor, but if you continue on with the consistent updates. So it would be our presumption that once we start marketing these areas, that we will be getting a higher level of asks from the 2 new areas that have really been in a funding desert as far as recreation. And so council may wish to throttle that funding back or adjust funding in other areas as the requests come down or go up, but we did have to start someplace. So that was a little bit of logic around why we chose to recommend to council, who ultimately approved those numbers in last year's budget. Thank you.
Okay, so if I were to guess, absorb that and state it, you were working with 2020 budget numbers and trying to make them fit, is what I heard, for 2021, and how you would make that work. And I'm just looking for equitable.
Sorry, maybe I didn't clarify that well enough. For starters, the numbers you're talking about, they're not included in the bylaw, so they wouldn't be in the bylaw. The numbers you see there, I believe, are only recruited in the agenda item to just give council an idea of the resources allocated. Is that correct, Henry? Yes. So the numbers you see there on the back of the agenda item, that won't be a part of the bylaw, because of course council gets to approve budget figures ongoing on a yearly basis. But as far as how we selected them, so the $30,000, that's been a historical number that David Thompson Rec Board's gotten since the last few budgets, and they've always gotten a rec allocation back until the 80s. Nordegg, they've gotten a rec allocation for quite some time now as well. So those were numbers that were already in budget. And then of course, we needed to establish some numbers for the 2 new areas. So those are the numbers that you see. Council approved them in the 2019 budget. And so that's a reference of what is included in the 2020 budget, but not at all in consideration of the 2021 budget. Administration will be presenting that to council later this fall.
Okay, and I appreciate that because, and I understand they're two different things. We're talking about budget versus a bylaw. It just sort of caught my eye, and it's just one of the things on my mind. Referring to the bylaw, we all, on page 93 of 128, we're showing what these boards will look like. How do we manage the change or create change management for areas that already exist, such as the David Thompson Rec Board? Because you're now asking them to pare their board down. How are you going to manage that?
So the bylaws that we have in place today for council only are inclusive of the two new areas, North Saskatchewan and the Raven. Currently, we are under consultation with David Thompson and Nordig to ask them about their situation. So Nordig does not have a bylaw. They may not need a bylaw because they have a community association and their scope is very narrow. David Thompson has a very broad scope and they have a very entrenched historical governance model and operating model that we want to respect. So we are consulting them separately and we will not be necessarily making their bylaw look like these. We don't believe it's necessary. They have an existing bylaw. They agree that it may need to be changed and updated. We've asked them to review it with their board and provide input back to us. And in a future time, we would bring a new bylaw for the David Thompson Rec area that is very much reflective of how the David Thompson Rec Board would like to see it changed. We do not want to muddle with that area. They're very good at what they do and they have been for a long time. So we just want to be supportive of them. We don't believe that these bylaws need to change how they operate.
Okay, so I guess that was my misunderstanding. I thought this was going to capture all of them.
No, the David Thompson is shown on the map just so council can see how the two new areas adjoin David Thompson. But for this meeting, we are only considering two bylaws, one for the North Saskatchewan area and one for the Raven area. At this point, David Thompson will not be affected. They'll be operating under a different circumstance. Now, by approving the areas, you do kind of approve the new David Thompson area. So that was why it was very important for us to consult with them, because their area will change because the Raven and North Saskatchewan area has changed. But the actual bylaw itself, as far as how they appoint their own representatives and how many they have a considerable amount. It seems to administration that they would like to keep some of those intricacies, whereas we don't believe it would be appropriate to ask council for a 20-member board times 2 for the new rec areas. So that's why we're recommending 5, but David Thompson was very set in having their robust board, and we want to respect that.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Reeve, for the patience and my counsel. I guess my other comments are with regard to the application process. Is some way to identify that annually our staff in the county would add and provide training and orientation on the process, because as boards and change, I think it's important that we provide that consistency and that leadership, especially when we talk about applying. The other part of that is looking for potentially adding some kind of templates for them to use, and the related, and Annie's pulling it up.
Anne-Marie Burton-Yoley, Supervisor Ag and Community. Yes, so we do have a template put together for the application process, which will allow the community groups or the recreation groups to describe their budget, their project, the funding they have in place, what they're asking for, and then if it's approved, a reporting back process, so that we can keep tabs of exactly how the money's allocated, how it affects the whole community, that they're representing. And, yeah.
If I may, so is that then a policy or procedure that would be approved in council here or through administration? Definitely policy is governance, that would be us. And procedure, that's administration. I appreciate the difference. I'm just asking, where does that template and the process and the training, where does all of that fall?
That would be coming under the board and administrative processes. So there will be a terms of reference that the board will design should council enable the bylaw. And then we would use the same processes for the information we need to release the funding, and then the follow-up reporting information we need at the end of the year is the same manner as we would for community halls or an event funding or things of that nature. So those are already administrative processes that are required for anybody that has funding from us. We have to check if they're a society or so on and so forth. So those are administrative processes, and those would be things that the board would not be needing to do, because this board will be supported by administration, unlike David Thompson, who supports themselves, and will be consulting with them around those processes. But this board would be supported by administration, very similar to the Ag Service Board. So they don't necessarily have to pay the bills, or their treasurer doesn't have to disperse the money. That happens through the county, and their treasurer will not have to collect the reports and provide the county a report, because administration will be completing that report. So again, these will be operated differently than the David Thompson Rec Board at this time. If there's value in granting them more independence and autonomy, meaning they want that and council wants that, then we can change them in the future to be more like David Thompson if they wish. Or David Thompson may want to come in from the cold and receive more support from administration, which I believe may or may not be of assistance to them. That's up to them, but they've never been offered that. So we are, and we've promised council since we received this department that we will be supporting everybody more than what we have in the past, and we'll be offering our assistance more, but we have to do it gently. We can't be a bull in a china shop. So this is where we're starting with our priorities, and that's filling a gap, an area that does not have, and then we'll be looking towards David Thompson and Nordig and seeing what we can do to provide assistance and helping them.
Okay, so just to confirm, I understand there will be policies and procedures that we'll be seeing in the future about this, I assume.
Potentially, depending on, the council will certainly have to approve the terms of reference, correct? So you will be seeing that. Yeah.
Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Just a question in regards to the map, and particularly between the North Saskatchewan Rec District and the David Thompson District. You said that there was some shuffling going on. In the David Thompson District, are those, I'm going to back up 1 minute. A lot of this is framed around the existing community halls that we see the dots on the map. So therefore, we cannot confuse the hall grant process with the rec board process, because in the hall grant process, it is a cut and dry grant process with that, and this is different. So looking at the map, I'll reference the North Saskatchewan Rec District with the 6 halls there. So I am familiar with Faraway. There really hasn't been no activity there. There is still an existing group, and I'm thinking of possible, should they come in the future. There's 3 very active halls in that group, which is Ferrier, Hardendale, Everdale. Frisco doesn't have a rec, but doesn't mean they couldn't do something in the future. With the burden on the David Thompson Rec Board, and I'm just, for efficiency, has Aurora and Gimlet been part of the Rec Board continuously? Would they want to stay? Would they want to move to a different rec board? I guess that's my question.
Yeah, during our consultations with them, they were keen on keeping those areas. Those are historical areas. They currently have representation on their committee from those areas.
Okay.
So they wish to keep those areas, and we certainly asked that question.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was my question. Thank you.
Certainly, you know, I appreciate the point around the community halls. That's a very excellent point. We do not want to necessarily muddy this up with that, because we've made some changes and we've bettered that area of our work. But I do want to recognize an awful lot of the recreation amenities in rural part of our county are situated on community hall property. So we will, in a lot of instances, be doing business, if you will, with them on this policy as well. So, you know, a great example of that is, say, Evergreen Hall, where they have an arena and a little playground there. So they may want to access that. On the flip side, there's other instances like Leslieville Ball Diamonds. They are not associated with the community hall. The community hall is on a different property, and it's a different situation. So that's kind of where, you know, it's the same but different. And we may be dealing with the same community group, or we may not be. But it's an excellent point to also make that ultimately these grants will be competitive, first come, first serve, you know, those types of things, depending on the terms of reference and the procedures we work through with the boards, should they be enabled. So it will be different versus the community halls are basically allocated every year that council wishes to put budget towards that project.
So at this year's organizational meeting, will we be assigning members to these boards even though we do not have the terms of reference? Or will the terms of reference be done by the October organizational meeting?
Should council wish to approve these bylaws, we would have terms and references completed in time for you to make your appointments in the fall. That is, we're timing this to give council that opportunity if they wish.
Okay. And my last question is, with the borders of the North Saskatchewan Recreation District, there is now some overlap between that district and the Rocky Rec agreement, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So is there a motion for first reading? Councillor Duncan? Any discussion on first reading? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. A mover for second reading. Deputy Reeve Swanson, any discussion on second reading? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Is there a motion allowing us to go on to third reading? Councillor Lougheed moves. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. And finally, a motion for third reading. Councillor Vandermeer so moves. Any discussion on third and final reading of these bylaws? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Sorry, there are two bylaws, so we will require a motion for
Oh,
the second
right,
one,
that was
please.
only the first one. Okay, so now we'll go to the second bylaw, which is number 1100, because we did 1099. Bylaw 1100. A mover for first reading. Deputy Reeve Swanson. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Second reading. Councillor Lang. Any discussion on second reading? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Permission to move forward to third reading. Councillor Lougheed. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries. Third reading, a mover, please. Councillor Laird. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Anything else, administration? Good, thank you. We will move on to item 6.1. letter of support, the prioritization of rural connectivity across Canada. Murray.
Thank you, Revoven. Attached to the agenda item is a template that was provided to us by TELUS. And TELUS is currently lobbying the federal government to raise awareness and funding support for greater rural connectivity in terms of broadband. The template that they've attached was drafted by them. We've reviewed this template, feel that in general, it supports not only our rural community here, our municipality, but could help other rural communities as well. We honestly don't know all of the details behind this template. We don't know what TELUS's motivation is in initiating this, but we do see some advantages in sending this. What we would recommend is that council perhaps consider as well adding a statement to identify our current initiative in terms of establishing an open access network within the municipality. And just a note on item number 1, in terms of expediting the spectrum auctions, Clearwater County has actually received our spectrum, being that we are now a licensed non-dominant carrier. We were eligible for that spectrum, so we've secured that already. So this, again, may not mean a whole lot to us individually, but it could help other communities who aren't quite at the same stage we're at yet. And Mr. McDonald's here as well, and council has any questions on this letter.
So any questions from council? Councillor Vandenberg.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm not sure of all of the motivation here, but you received licensed non-dominant carrier status on an application made when, I guess. How long did it take you to get that? So do you need expedition on that?
So non-dominant carrier we did in May. We've got that, and then we secured with ISED the spectrum radio, and we just did that in the beginning of August. So we've done our between 3,500 and 3,800. We've got a slice of that that's for this area.
Well, I think that's excellent, and it seems to me that you don't need to expedite that much more. That was a pretty fast turnaround, I would observe.
Yeah, we were really lucky. We sort of hit the nail on the head with them, and we got a very good contact at ISED that was very proactive, to say the least. They were really good to deal with.
And certainly I'm aware that this spectrum is being made available to other smaller players and municipalities.
Yes.
Because it's the big players, it's the TELUS and the Bells, and Rogers, who have often in the past held these spectrums and made it difficult for other smaller players. It's my observation.
Yeah, exactly that. That's correct.
So the idea of open access is good, and in bold print there in the second paragraph it says we urge you to prioritize policies that encourage private sector investment. I would say that I mean, we are public. I would suggest that we just encourage investment. I don't think it should matter, and we know that the Universal Broadband Fund is federal funds that will be applied to these rural areas in particular, and we have an interest as a municipality in owning some of the backbone to begin with, and then probably some final mile a little later on when that fund fully describes its mandate in the final mile. So I think it's just a matter of more investment is what we're looking for. The federal government has indicated this is one of the priorities. I think we should add to that, and I think we need to increase our lobby efforts on this. Certainly the open access will be critical in any application. So it's private-public partnerships, and it's public. So there's, I wouldn't restrict it if TELUS is asking for assistance in them getting more money. I'm not sure that we certainly don't want that to be exclusive. We want a good service in our area.
Councillor Duncan.
The letter talks about this, use it or lose it policies. Are there any strings attached to the spectrum we got? Do we have to have it, not that we won't, in use within a certain time frame or anything like that?
Generally, you don't once you get it, but you do have to pay your yearly fees. So if you don't pay your yearly fees, then you would lose it. Typically, small places, would, pay their $1,000 or $2,000, whatever it is. And then they may drop it. And I think that's where it goes stagnant, and then it has to be reviewed. And I think that's where a TELUS or a Bell would want to come in and scoop that opportunity up if it's not been used. And by rights, I think after a while, if it's stagnant, it's not being used, especially if it can be used in the area, I think it should be.
Right. And the cost is the same whether it's used or not, right?
Yeah, you would pay your monthly, your yearly fee, sort of to keep it. And if they did it for 10 years or something, but never did anything with it, I don't know if that's a fair thing, so.
Okay.
Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Yes, I agree with the comments made by Councillor Vandermeer in regards to the taking out the private sector in that second paragraph. It is also in the second last paragraph as well in bold, private sector, so there's that as well. We do have an MP that has put out a questionnaire that Councillor Biard has shown us, and I do believe that our MP, Gerald Soroka, is not in Ottawa at this time. It may be to our benefit, because he does ask the question about rural broadband, to have him either via Zoom or come in person to our council meeting so we can explain to him what we are doing and how he can advocate for us and advocate for broadband in Ottawa. So if we could extend an invitation to him, and whatever, if it's COVID protocols that he can attend, but have him at least attend via Zoom, I would like to do that.
Are you wanting to make a motion to that effect?
I can make a motion to that. I would like to make a motion to extend an invitation to MP Gerald Soroka to either attend our council meeting or via Zoom or in person to speak to the broadband lobby issue federally.
Further discussion on that motion? Councillor Laird.
Yes, would you consider a friendly amendment to your motion to also include a letter? Because it is asking in this, should the federal government do more to invest in rural internet access? And while I encourage anybody who received this in the mail to certainly fill it out, it's an investment in rural future. I think that there'd be value in adding a letter from our council as well, if you don't mind that friendly amendment. Will do.
So the motion is to invite and also to send a letter. Is the letter the invite, or what is on our letter?
Again, I think it's going above and beyond with an endorsement of our council of the importance of the investment in rural internet access. I think it holds more weight coming from council, and again, that's what I'm looking for from that letter. The invite I see as being additional to. I think they're both important.
Do you accept that amendment?
I do accept.
Further discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion? Motion carries 7-0. Councillor Lougheed.
I guess my question has more to do with our frequency allocation.
Yeah.
Understanding that spectrum was formerly television,
Yeah.
kind of in a sweet spot now for what people are looking for the next generation of G5.
Yeah.
How big is our allocation and how long do we have it for, and for what area do we have it for?
We have it for Clearwater County for sure, and a little bit beyond our borders, not a whole lot. It's called, and what we have is a 50 meg swath of it, so quite a fair amount for us anyway, for our uses. And we have it for as long as we use it, as long as we renew our fees yearly.
Thank you.
So, in perpetuum.
In regards to the letter to TELUS, perhaps we can also CC that letter to our MP and to the Leader of the Opposition. So a motion from council as to how to deal with the letter to TELUS, or to the Prime Minister. Anyone care to move? Councillor Laird?
I guess before we do that, I would see there need to be, some amendments to this letter where I would lead with thanking the ministry for expediting our ask and encouraging them to expedite any other asks for spectrum. And I guess the other part of amendment on that letter is explaining briefly the efforts that we are making in our community, such as the demonstration project, as well as our future projects as we're moving forward, and making a plug for the funding to follow. Because I think it's going to become very, very important. To be very blunt, it'd be nice to have them put their money with us.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Just to add to Councillor Laird's comments, I think this suggestion from TELUS comes at a very important time. It's my understanding that the Universal Broadband Fund, the terms of engagement for that fund are being developed, and I think we should spend more than an hour developing this response. I don't know when we next meet, but I would suggest that individual councillors, and I know I would like to make some suggestions and put a little time into developing a good letter to go out here. So I think we should spend a week or two, if necessary, to build a good letter, circulate it among council and administration, and confirm it at our next gathering. It would be my recommendation.
So, just so we can be crystal clear, is this letter the letter to MP Soroka, or is this the letter to Trudeau supporting what TELUS is asking?
This is the letter to Trudeau and other senior people.
So we'll have, your request is that admin drafts the letter and then sends it out to council for review?
That would be fine.
Okay. Could I have a motion to that effect?
I'll make that motion.
Murray, do you have a comment, or your light is still on?
Sorry.
Okay. Any further discussion on the letter? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. It is 11 o'clock. We'll have a short recess and be back at 10 after 11. 11:08, I'd like to move on to agenda item 7.1, council retreat planning. Mr. Emmons.
Good morning, Rehoboam, Deputy Reeve Swanson and Council. So this agenda is before Council today, requesting the Council considers scheduling a council retreat for 2020 and subsequently developing a policy for future council retreats, guiding the process. So the background on this agenda, there's been a request, it has been requested by councillors who have indicated their interest in scheduling a council retreat. This type of retreat is considered as a management tool for local government leaders to focus on specific issues and challenges. It's typically designed and organized to help council step back from their day-to-day demands and activities for an extended period of time for focused, concentrated discussion, dialogue, and strategic thinking. A retreat creates a favorable atmosphere to promote teamwork, creative thinking, and consensus building outside of regular strategic planning committee meetings to develop strategies and solutions to meet identified goals. For a successful outcome, the use of an experienced facilitator and/or activity coordinator is recommended as best practices. Retreat costs vary depending on the number of participants, venue location, length of retreat, and the use of a facility or the coordinator mentioned. Estimated cost per person for a non-local 2-day retreat with a contracted facilitator is $2,650 and $2,100 for a local retreat. Should council wish to schedule a retreat for 2020, administration asks for direction on scheduling, whether or not council wishes a facilitator or a coordinator, location, purpose, and potential agenda items. In conjunction with 2020 planning, council may wish to consider developing a policy similar to the attached City of Red Deer policy, or alternatively delay scheduling due to council's upcoming workload over the next 3 months and policy development for 2021. So this item is before council for your discussion and ultimately decision. Thank you.
So any comments or questions from this council? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Yes, thank you for bringing this item forward. I know we have been in somewhat of a discussion for the last couple of years. Being on other committee boards such as FCSS, there is particular retreats that they have once for strategic planning and whatnot that I have attended, and I feel there's a value for this as far as council. Yes, timing at this particular point in time, I can't see us doing anything in the next 3 months, but that's my opinion. Maybe we can squeeze a day somewhere. That would be nice. But I do believe we should have, thank you for bringing the policy forward as well, because that brings more clarity to what other municipalities are doing as well. So I do see value in this, but I do want to gather other feedback from the other councillors in this, and timing may be, again, an issue, but I would like to try for a day.
Councillor Laird.
Yes, thank you to administration for bringing this back. It is something that I see a huge value in. We do have some very good local places that we could certainly go to, very local out in the county. And I'd like to see us look at that. And for this year, if we can find a day, I think that would be helpful for us. And I'm sure between ourselves and CAO Emmons, we can figure out what would be our priority discussion items and or agenda. But yeah, I would like to see one day this year, and all of them done local in the county. We have got some amazing facilities that we should be supporting.
Any other general comments from council? Councillor Duncan.
I'm okay with one day, and if we can work it in, that's, as Councillor Laird has suggested, that's there are lots of places within the county we could go to for a day.
Okay. Okay. So if we look at the agenda package, administration asks for direction on scheduling, use of a facilitator, location, purpose, and potential agenda items. Councillor Duncan.
I'm wondering if it's more appropriate to try and do it before budget or deliberations, which is, it gets, that time frame from mid-November on is pretty tight to get anything else in. So if we're going to try for a day, it should be basically October or early November. And, you know, considering the farmers in the room, November is probably our best option, the first couple of weeks in November or something. Otherwise, we'd be looking at January probably.
So in November then, like the first 2 weeks of November if possible? Is that?
When is RMA?
Well, RMA is all virtual, and that is on Tuesday, November 3rd, and Wednesday, November 4th.
There's Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
Just wondering if administration has scheduled anything yet for budgets or pre-budget discussions?
And how is administration's, like I'm looking at my schedule, what is administration's timeline and schedule for November? Because first of all, we do not have any information on the assessment changes from the province. And depending on what that will be, I imagine that directly dictates how difficult budget is going to be. Mr. Hayden?
Budget deliberations are scheduled for December 10th, 11th, and 12th. It's my understanding, Reeve, are you referring to the potential changes to assessment for oil and gas companies?
Yes.
My understanding is that the government has tabled that for the time being for further review. I don't believe that's going to affect the 2020 assessment.
Okay, I had not heard that, so. Yeah, good. Okay, so November the 13th then? We'll ask administration to book a place locally. Councillor Laird?
Yes, local, and when I say that, local to the county.
Okay. The next big, Tracy, do you have a comment? Oh, I thought you were trying to say something. So the next big thing is purpose and potential agenda items. It's good we get together, and normally we have RMA to spend time together outside of this council chamber, and that hasn't happened this year, and I think that's one of the reasons where it has a different feel to it this year. But we need to have an agenda and a purpose. Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Actually, Councillor Duncan did touch on it, and I mean, we do need to discuss the potential implications with policing and, you know, some of the I want to say not necessarily on the money issues, but also the philosophy and on that end, and where council sees some of this coming. The other thing I would like us to maybe discuss is in regards to how maybe go over, and this can be something that maybe each councillor would like to maybe just forward an email to you, Mr. Emmons, in regards to maybe just certain issues that we're dealing with within our own division that is problematic or acceptable, that maybe that we can have varying opinions from other councillors about. Just at this point in time, it's like I want to go back and look at my notes and forward them to you. And then if there's multiple topics that other councillors, you know, you can condense that. Or if you get 20 topics that come to you, we could rate them as to what's important to us and what we want to discuss. So maybe that would just be we submit whatever topics to you, and then you rank them according to how many of us have done that, or allow us to rank them in that and decide, and then book the facilitator should we need one accordingly.
Councillor Laird.
Yes, for a number of years now, we know that Mr. Emmons has been working on restructuring and how you go through that process. And I would enjoy the opportunity to now have a bit of a report on the impacts and how that's working with staff and any other future restructuring that you may or may not be looking at, and how we as council can help ensure that we continue to have good staff morale, and how we can facilitate those initiatives on, I guess, making sure we value our employees.
Councillor Duncan.
I think following along those lines too, we probably should have some discussion on, the role of councillors in governance versus administrative policy procedures, that sort of discussion, just to make sure we're on track.
Councillor Lang, Vandermeer, or Lougheed, any comments?
I was not one that suggests the retreat, but I'm okay with it. I don't have any concerns really at this time. Something may come to my mind and I will email it in as Deputy Swanson suggested, but yeah, I like Jim Duncan's comment, the roles and responsibilities of councillors, administration. Unfortunately, this council, and I've brought it up before, did not have the luxury of having a George Cuff session, so, that maybe would be good for us. It's kind of a little bit late in our term, too, to be putting this on. This probably should have been in the first year, maybe second year, but I guess better late than never.
Councillor Duncan?
The other thing for me would probably be something along the lines of, managing our relationships with neighbors and partnerships that we enter into, whether that's with community members or other municipal governments.
Okay. So if we could look at Red Deer County policies, one of administration's recommendations was that we develop policy for future council retreats. We have an example from the city of Red Deer for their council policy. Do we wish our administration to come forward with some policy that we can revise? Councillor Duncan.
I would prefer to wait till we do a retreat and then get a little bit of better idea of if we accomplish what we set out to do, or on the value, and before I want to set some specific direction. I'm okay with the general concept of a retreat, but for me, it's too early to flesh out how many a year, and we can put you can put everything on the topic list, I guess, but if we want to be more specific on the topic list, then I think we need a little bit of experience here first.
So everyone is in agreement on delaying the policy? Head nods. Councillor Vandermeer?
Yes, I would agree with Councillor Duncan's comments. He and I have been on a few of these in the past, and I found them valuable, certainly, and I think we need to have one and then decide how we want to go forward. And I don't know that you need to have a set pattern that you're going to do 2 a year. I think it depends a little bit on the circumstances, but to have them occasionally, and certainly when you get a number of ideas that are common among the council that need more discussion, more detailed consideration, then I think you should call them as needed. And certainly the topics, I'm going to give it a little thought as to what other topics we might want to add, but again, if you only have one day, you don't want a list of 10 or 20, you need to focus on 3, 4 maximum.
Councillor Laird?
I guess I'm kind of like, the policy I think would be beneficial for us to start to draft. I think that we will learn from our experience on November 13th. And I think that we could have this policy start to be put together from staff and then have it come back to our council after November the 13th in draft form, so that we could then amend it and go through that process. I think there's value in having a policy because it allows us then to also opt out if we find that we're busy or our schedules are too heavy. But I think we need a policy for this to become something that we can actively participate in.
Councillor Lang?
This is just a question, like, those that wanted this retreat, did you want it for council and staff, council and our CEO and directors, or what were you looking for?
Councillor Laird?
Yes, I'm one of the advocates for this. When I envisioned it as council and our CAO and the directors. That's who I envisioned, so I wasn't looking at having a sweeping amount of people attending this. I think it is very high level. We are governance. That's where I seen us. And being able to really touch base with our only staff member, that's our CAO, and having his senior team available, depending on what's on the agenda, to be able to potentially answer questions, even if it's for a portion of the day. And because I'm looking at it being local, I believe that that's doable, so we don't pull the staff and a large amount of staff out of their daily work routine for long lengths of time, or 1 or 2 days. It may even only be half a day, while I anticipate our CAO would spend his time with us. I think those are important team building opportunities and good options for us to have some of those other conversations that allow us to grow as a team.
Councillor Vandermeer?
Yeah, I'm reflecting back on some of our prior experiences some years ago, and I recognize Councillor Laird has commented about inclusion, broader team, and certainly for particular topics. Only one day is a bit restrictive if you want to get expansive on this, but I think there's also a need to just have our council sit down, just as council. And as an example, if that could be 2 hours out of a 6 or 8 hour day, something in that order. You got to have at least 2 hours, but I would like to see a portion of it be just our council.
So, to move forward, we do not need to pick the agenda today. We've given administration a few ideas. Perhaps you can finalize the agenda for that at the next council meeting. It would give us 2 weeks of reflection on this. We can forward topics to administration, and we can finalize that at the next council meeting on October the 8th? 13th. So then we've got 1 month work on it after the agenda has been set. In regards to policy, we've had two different viewpoints. One is not to develop the policy until after the retreat. The other is to start work on the policy and then finalize it after the retreat. What does council wish to do? We do not need a motion to say do nothing, but if we wish to have admin start on the policy, we do need a motion. Councillor Duncan.
For me, I basically like what the Red Deer policy is here. I think we would tweak that to our own, so I'm comfortable with just, rather than having staff spend a bunch of time on a draft, is just to consider this our starting point and go from there.
Can we have any discussion on Councillor Duncan's thoughts? If not, can we have a motion to that effect? Councillor Vandermeer.
Motion, or Jim can have it as his idea, but I think it's a perfect way to start, and I support it if it's his motion though.
So the motion is to have administration use the Red Deer policy as a template? Just draft a policy? Okay. Any further discussion on having administration draft a policy about retreats? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. I don't believe we need a motion for the topics or the agenda because that will be decided at the next meeting. Is there anything else that we need to discuss? Do we need to pick a facilitator now? Because it's 30 days. I imagine they're not very busy with the COVID restrictions. Okay, well, we'll wait for the agenda then on the October 13th meeting. Okay. Deputy Reeve Swanson.
I make a motion to schedule a council retreat for November 13th.
Would you mind referring a location?
At an available local location.
And by local, you mean within the county?
Yes, please.
Okay, further discussion on the motion? All in favor? Motion carries. $11:30. We will begin item 7.2, Staffing Policy HR-1003 and Procedure Proposed Amendments. Mr. Emmons.
Good morning again, Council. So before Council today is the staffing policy, HR 1003, and to complement that policy is administration's procedure. So the recommendation for Council, that Council reviews and discusses any amendments that it desires to the staffing policy HR 1003. So the background on this agenda: on July 23rd, 2019, Council approved the staffing policy as attached and reviewed the associated procedure, HR 1003-01P, which is the hiring, promotion, performance, professional development, succession planning for information. Since that time, administration received requests from Councillor to amend the policy to specify that all Council approved positions for hire require an open competition for recruitment. Consequently, administration drafted amendments to the policy and corresponding procedure as attached. With these proposed amendments, there are several implications for Council's considerations as follows. The flexibility for administration to determine if internal or external or a combination of both recruitment methods will apply to recruitment of other positions, the misleading assumption of a high turnover rate due to continuous advertising, cost for additional advertising, impact on department workload, time and resources for the application and hiring process, receiving, organizing, screening, interviewing, decision and follow-up to the point of hire, impact on the organization's objectives and including succession planning management in the human resource planning process. Also for council's consideration is a summary of advantages and disadvantages of the policy, procedure, and change. All positions are advertised and recruited externally. The advantages: it does become a truly transparent process. It shows the public that the organization is open to new staff and new ideas, permits the county to gauge availability of talent for future consideration of positions. For example, know what is out there in terms of skill sets. Works particularly well for new regular positions or those geared to target a market, university or college students specific to recruitment skills, which we've seen in the past. Some of the disadvantages: time, expense, and resources from point of advertising to point of hire can run 1.5 to 4 months duration, depending on position and availability. The organization is a small labor pool and tend to get the same applicants for all jobs advertised, whether or not the person is qualified or not. Can add time and delays if the hiring department has to recruit every season or for any position. Can add to time and delays if seasonal staff is hired by Ag or Public Works and wants to rehire the same person for additional work at the end of the summer. Eliminates requirement for succession planning. So the CAO and director determines if the position is posted or recruited internally. The advantages: it provides a return on investment for those staff who have taken training as part of the succession planning. Departments are able to meet unforeseen staffing changes more effectively than having to advertise every job. The disadvantages: choice is limited to internal staff only, which can be a demotivator if hiring department deems staff are not qualified for consideration. Did council want me to go through the attached policy?
Well, before you do that, could you please explain what the current succession planning is for administration?
Currently, succession planning goes on training motivation of the individuals in-house. We have had individuals that have been promoted through the ranks that haven't had to apply for a position. We have individuals working here that, for example, started out at the front counter in assessment, and now they're supervising GIS. And it's the training along the way that creates this succession. So it's passion and interest. Part of my personal goal was to create a career management strategy plan that would actually take our job descriptions, elevate them to a higher level, show the qualifications of, for lack of better terminology, the next position, and interview all staff so that, because to me what success is not lines on a piece of paper. If an individual is not interested in the next position above you, but that's where you're forcing them to go, you are not getting the passion and the motivation, therefore you're missing out on the innovation of that person. But we could have a fantastic person in Public Works that their interest is in Ag, and until we truly set up a career management plan, we'd never know that. So to set up job descriptions with qualifications, sit down with the individuals, do an interview, and truly map out a career plan for these individuals. Here's the courses you're short on, here's what's needed, and here's what's gonna get you from point A to point B, because when that job becomes available, I don't wanna be the one to sit in front of you and say, you know what, for the last years, we've done nothing for you and you're not qualified today, and the position's there, so you missed. Not the organization I would hope we would strive for. So truly that's kind of the bigger vision. But today it's more of that linear plan, because that's truly the resources we have. Our HR is a department of one and have kept her very, very busy over the last 3 years. So this one's in the wait.
Any other questions on council before we have administration go through the policy? Any questions from council before we ask admin to go through the policy? Councillor Laird.
Part of it is comment, part of it is question. I absolutely support what I have always called internal career pathing and career pathing in general. I think it allows staff to bloom in a direction they may not have already thought of. It allows motivation to happen. And for me, a lot of this is a balance. I quite frankly expect you, Rick, as our only employee, to provide. And it's going to be a challenge, obviously, because somewhere between encouraging internal career pathing, and I love the idea, you're calling it career strategy planning, it allows for that, and it keeps a motivated workforce, and finding that, and a motivated workforce is productive. The balance is trying to ensure that we have enough new ideas coming from the external, and I'm not sure what your thoughts are, and I look forward to hearing your thoughts on how to balance that. The other question that then comes out of that is, what impact does that put on HR and staffing human resources department? Because at the moment we have limited resources, and does some of your ideas and trying to blend this require you to consider increasing the HR department to try to find that balance? I threw you a lot there to try to have to chew on and answer me, so and perhaps that'll help guide us a little bit here.
You did. So if at the end my explanation doesn't fully answer, I would respectfully ask you to readdress portions of your question. So the balance truly is every individual position has to be analyzed on its own merit. Some positions truly, there can be no other candidate that could be as qualified. I don't care for examples, but I'm trying to keep it as generic as possible. When you're dealing with specifics that can only apply to Clearwater County, we're in the middle of an MDP review. We're looking at our land use bylaw amendments. Those things are specific to Clearwater County. And if we have qualified individuals in-house, they're the only ones that are knowledgeable and worked with our MDP, our land use bylaw, our zoning requirements. You could have, if we have a position of planning, a planner, and someone from Red Deer could apply and have 15 years of experience that would not equal 5 years of experience as a planner here. Because their land use bylaw, their MDP is, and IDP and ASPs are so different because it's personal to this municipality. Versus another example, we hire a laborer, and that laborer is motivated. And he realizes in one short summer, you know what, running a goon spoon is not my career for the rest of my life. And he, on his own accord, gets his class 3. And our truck driver goes on holidays, and we have to keep a crew running. So you know what, we grab that laborer and say, you got your class 3 for the next 2 weeks, you want to drive that truck? Absolutely. And they do that for a couple seasons. They prove themselves. They fit with the crew. It's the personality, the go-getiveness we're looking for. And perhaps that's the one, when we need a truck driver, they roll in because of who they are, what they brought to the table, and their innovation. Lacking that, you know what, maybe that's an advertised position because we need a truck driver and there's just nobody in-house. In a different scenario, rather than rolling that in and advertising for another laborer, we could advertise for that truck driver. At the end of the interview process, there's a known entity, proven, works great with the crews, knows the Clearwater County, all the gravel pits. It's a leg up, so we take that laborer and give him the position after advertising, then we're re-advertising for the laborer we need, and the whole process now, rather than 2 months, is 6 months, and the crews have been short that whole time. You know, like it truly is, and I know that's a long-winded explanation, but it truly is a balance, and it has to hinge on the position that's being looked at. And sometimes you need to look at the position and say, you know what, it's just new blood. There's too many guys here that are 35 years of service. Get rid of some of that gray hair and get in some new ideas.
I guess for me, it's a supplemental comment, and quite frankly, I have the luxury of looking upon the staff that we have. In particular, I'll say that to you, Mr. Emmons, that your career path can change. And without a doubt, I have no doubt that when you walked in the doors of this organization over 30-plus years ago, you had no idea of the seat you would eventually take. And that speaks volumes to the importance of this balance. While I look at others in the organization who are shining examples of who came in the door with a set of skill set that we needed and some brand new ideas. How we find this balance through policy, maybe it's one of these conversations we need to have in our retreat. So perhaps that's something that we could more fully discuss as part of the retreat, because I would hate to scrap or change a policy that would stifle our CAO's ability to find that balance. Because ultimately, our CAO well knows he's accountable to us as his boss to ensure he strikes that balance. And if we've got concerns, perhaps we need to have that conversation in a retreat. It's just a suggestion.
Councillor Lang.
So for those of you that don't know, I'm the one that suggests this policy come forward, and I'm perfectly fine with having it in a retreat. I truly see the pros and cons both ways. This was not something I dreamed up. There was, it came to me from others about a position that was filled internally, and I heard there were 3 other individuals in our community that felt they were more than qualified for this position, and they were not given the opportunity to apply. Now, they maybe have been just as qualified, or maybe better qualified, or not as qualified, but my thoughts were that it does increase our transparency. Jobs are hard to come by, and government jobs with pensions and benefits are harder to come by. The difference with jobs in government are that it's the taxpayers that pay the wages. So my thoughts are, any taxpayers that are out there, you know, we all have kids and families that are all looking for meaningful employment. And if any of them moved to the county and they were qualified and overlooked because they were not in-house, you know, it might, I don't know, it doesn't really, for me, sit well. I just want to say that even if there are in-house and they're not as educated or maybe not as qualified, just their very being here gives them some qualifications. They know the organization, they know the policies and procedures, and there would not be orientation, and it would save time and training and hiring. And it does make it easier for administration. And that is worth something. This council has decided transparency is important too. We had a conversation yesterday in our strategic planning regarding remuneration. And we had a choice of selecting ease for staff or transparency. And we chose transparency. And I heard everything Mr. Emmons said, and I truly do see the other side. I just believe in fair competition, opening it up for everybody. And there is a huge difference between private business and hiring that way or through government. It's our taxpayers that pay these wages. I also, we always look at attraction and retention. And we've set our fees at, our wages at 65%, which I think is more than fair. And maybe it's where they should be. But if we truly open it up for competition, all our jobs, we would know how many qualified people are actually applying for a job. And if there's not very many applying for particular jobs, then yeah, maybe we should be at 65% or higher. But if we have 100 qualified people applying for a job, maybe 50% is where it should be. It gives us a way to kind of analyze the market out there. And we don't know who's out there unless it is advertised. I do believe it is the fairest way. And I don't believe by advertising externally that it negates our staff that we already have. That is worth something. They were hired for a reason in the first place, and they should be given opportunity to grow and move up in positions. And like you say, Councillor Liard, we have a prime example here with Mr. Emmons that's worked his way through, but he's got where he has because of his passion for his work. And to me, it's passion and commitment to the organization that should be part of what we look at and who we hire.
Thank you. Just as information to council, I'm going to suggest to you that probably 90% of the time, the directors are quite insistent that when we have a vacancy, it is advertised in an open competition, which means it's external and internal employees can apply. However, we are not being bombarded by applications. I'll tell you right now, our construction foreman job ad that we've had out for 3 weeks, it's COVID environment. I know a lot of people are laid off. It closes on the 28th. I have 12 applications for that job. So people are not beating down the county doors to get jobs here. In fact, most of the applicants the highest number of applications that in terms of competitions we've run this year, the admin assistant position, and that's a very popular one. We had 73 applications. Driver operator, we had 67. When we advertised for broadband, we had 46 applicants. Of course, 10% of those were from out of country on the Ivory Coast and in Qatar. And as well, when we advertised for our community peace officer, 12 applications. Our financial analyst position, 15 applications. So again, we do have a very small, limited labor pool. So I just wanted to also kind of provide that as a perspective. I think that the more specialized sometimes the job is, the more difficult it is for us to recruit to that skill set. Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Thank you for that, Janice, because I was just going to ask that next question is what is the percentage that is internal versus openly advertised? So thank you for that, because that helps me to know that we're not painting a picture that everything is done internally. We are open and fair. I guess this is of council's philosophy when we went over the policy last year, and I know for myself, I'm perfectly happy with the way the policy was written then, and the procedure that's there. I too am a big believer in succession planning. I do know that, or career management, I know that that has a huge impact on the culture of the employees, and with that. And there are some people, and I'm just going to go back to some of Mr. Emmons's examples. There are some people that are great laborers, but it doesn't matter how much training you have them, they're still going to be a great laborer. They're not going to be a truck driver or an IT person or whatever else. They have the want, they have the drive, but they just can't polish those skill levels or those skill sets to become to the next. But you got to encourage, and those people that are positive and motivated in their role, you want those people on your team. They're still valuable, even though they're staying at whatever level that they're at. So, and I believe that's why we have the STEP program involved with our hire as well. So that's just where I'm at. And if, I don't know, Reefhoven, if you were wanting to still follow through with the policy, but I just was wondering where councils, if we've all changed if Councillor Lang has changed her philosophy on the, as a whole, staffing policy as a whole, or is it just particular for the hiring? And I think you've kind of partly answered that before.
Well, maybe this could be an item put off for a workshop for our retreat and have more discussion. We can give it more thought. One of the, you can look at this as a motivator or a demotivator, but if we go to external hiring, you can look at it as a demotivator for staff. But you can also look at it, because this came to me partly because of resentment from employees, because they felt there was someone selected for the position when there was others in the community that were more qualified. So we can work both ways. And all I'm saying is that if it's opened up internally and externally, it is opened up. You could still have succession planning. We could still have everything we have. Yes, it'll be a little more work for administration, which is too bad. But there is more transparency, and administration in the end still has that final decision. I've been involved in hiring before, and we were all involved in hiring our CIO. I can't quite remember how many applications came in, but there was, let's say, a few dozen or more. It doesn't take long to weed them out so that you can hire from the very best. And that's what our taxpayers deserve. They deserve for us to get the very best, and that very best person might be someone outside of this organization.
So, Councillor Laird.
Yes, and I'm hearing what you're saying, and I appreciate that, and I guess that's why I'm looking at our CAO to provide that balance, and it may, for me, it may well be something that's well deserved of more thought and discussion. The piece that is missing in my mind is and it's a procedure, I just don't see it here, maybe it's something you're currently working on, is that career management strat planning procedure. And I don't know if it's in the works, I don't know. Because if it's not there, staff don't know it exists, and I can assure you it's worthy of the time and effort. That's just my humble opinion.
I agree, Councillor Laird. I fully believe it's worthy. But it's not there because it doesn't exist today. And truly it is my administrative vision of what it can look like at the staffing level. It can be a guiding tool. It can assist in showing staff and having that conversation. I'm a laborer, but I'm interested in being this new safety guy. Well, you know what, to get from point A to point B, here's what you need to do and here's the steps you need to take. You know, and it isn't there because it doesn't exist today, and that's the sad truth of it. And that part is truly a resource issue. You know, there truly has been 3 persons worth of work on one over the last couple of years, and I've seen our manager of HR spend more weekends in here than I care already. So it truly is about dealing with priorities at this point.
Okay, so it is 11:59 a.m. If we want administration to go through the proposed changes or some possible changes, we'll have to do that after lunch. Is council wishing to do that? Or have we had enough discussion on this topic? What I'm hearing from council is the majority of council is content with the policy the way it is. Is that a fair assessment? And if that is an assessment, we do not need a motion to move on. If we wish to have the changes, if we wish to discuss the changes further, we will need a motion on that. Councillor Duncan.
I'm okay with the policy as is, but would welcome perhaps some further discussion at a council retreat on the philosophy of this.
Okay. So could we add this to a possible topic for the retreat? And we'll, like we said earlier, we will go through and finalize that agenda for the retreat at the next council meeting.
I just want to add that at the retreat, I'd like to also talk about the education portion of the policy too.
Okay. Please add that to the list of possible topics. So we do not need a motion for that. We will have a break for lunch and be back here at 12:35. 12:38, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. We do need a motion to finish up the last agenda item, which was the 7.2 Staffing Policy HR 1003 and Procedure Proposed Amendments. Anyone on council have a motion? Councillor Lang.
I'll make the motion that we have more discussion on this policy at our retreat. The hiring policy and the education policy as well.
Okay, discussion on that, Councillor Duncan.
I believe then we would have to table this current one, right, as part of that motion or a separate motion?
I'm confused.
Wouldn't we have to table this agenda item then?
Well, we've got different options, right?
Okay, the options,
But
sorry.
we need to have some kind of direction for administration from that agenda item. So we have a current motion. Now it's, so that, okay. So we have a motion that it would be the one of the agenda topics at the council retreat. That is the current motion. It kind of contradicts an earlier motion we had though, whereas we were forwarding suggested topics to administration for October the 13th, where we would choose the agenda topics. Other comments on the motion? Councillor Vandermeer.
Excuse me. I'm all right with the motion to assign this to that retreat agenda as the, so far the only one that we would confirm. I'm willing to confirm it as a topic for that session and receive other suggestions to add to that agenda.
Further discussion? I will ask the question. All in favor? Opposed? So motion carries 6-1. Item 7.3, Clearwater County participation in regional governance study. Mr. Emmons?
Good afternoon, council. So this agenda is before council for to authorize Clearwater County's participation in the Town of Rocky Mountain House's Regional Governance Structuring Study. So the background for council's consideration. The Town of Rocky Mountain House released its request for proposal, Regional Governance Structuring Study, on August 28th, 2020, with a closing date of October 2nd. As per the RFP, it is the intent of this RFP to award a contract to a consultant for a comprehensive study to provide the region's citizens with clear and comprehensive information to determine the best governance structure for their community. The contract requires the consultant to meet with each municipal council and administration, as well as review and analyze each municipality's service, operations, budgets, finances, among other tasks and functions necessary to complete the study. Should the town be successful in awarding a contract, administration asks for direction on Clearwater County's participation or the level of in the proposed study.
Any comments from council? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Just a question in regards to the consultant needing the extra information. Most of our information is online already, correct? Like there's no extra, I'm assuming that the RFP isn't going to dive anything that is not already public in this regard. Being as how we've never done a governance study before, I'm just wondering if administration feels that there's going to be something more in depth that would need to be revealed during this process. Question.
So, Deputy Reeve Swanson, there is definitely a lot of information online, but typically a consultant requires a lot of administration's time in going through and explaining what the numbers represent, the services offered, and truly painting a picture of what we do and how we do it to correspond with the budget that's publicly presented. And of course, go through our policies and all that complement the budget. So yes, it would be much more guiding than just, would be the expectation.
So, yes.
So then follow-up as well is that it does state here that this consultant would want to meet with each municipal council. So our time in itself would be, we'd have to make ourselves available for this at some point in time as well, so. Okay, thank you, just clarification.
A question to follow up with you. You know, the town was awarded a $200,000 grant. Does this council or this county get compensated for your time? Like, can we, if it takes up 20 hours of administration's time, is that covered by the $200,000?
It is not.
So what exactly is covered by that $200,000? Just the cost of the consultant?
And any other external expertise. A lot of times if you're bringing in a third party to go through the books, if it's deemed a specialist is required, lawyer, you know, it's to cover those costs of analyzing and assessing.
So do you have any estimate on the cost to Clearwater County if we agree to this $200,000 study? Because it sounds like there are additional administration time costs.
There would be, Hoven. I honestly don't. I haven't been put through one. I have gone through annexation processes, but I have not gone through an amalgamation study. So I would only be speculating at this point.
Okay. Councillor Laird.
My question is, didn't we have a motion to the effect that we weren't participating in this? No motion to that effect?
There was discussion, Councillor Laird, but that's why this agenda is in front. We don't have direction.
And I believe out of that discussion, we wrote a letter and sent it to the new Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Yes.
And we have not yet received a response to that letter?
Correct.
This seems counter to what we've set out to do here. So I'm struggling with this a lot. I mean, it seems like we're counterintuitive to what we've previously considered. I think I may have something more to say in a minute. I need to ponder on that a little bit. Thank you.
Councillor Duncan?
You know, this is not going away for us anytime soon. We just, I guess in my perspective, we haven't dealt with it yet, clearly. You know, there is going to be a cost, even though there's a grant, there would be probably a fairly substantial cost to the county to participate in this, but it would hopefully lay to rest future directions and what may happen in this community. I'm not sure why the study is, you know, what's before us here. It says the comprehensive information to determine to provide the region's citizens with clear and comprehensive information. So, to me, the study is providing the councils with that information and the citizens, but the councils are the ones making the decisions here. So, you know, I guess to my mind is, I don't think this is binding on us. It's time consuming and, you know, it's going to be an opinion. It's going to be a findings of a study that helps us determine our pathway forward, but it's not binding on us, to my interpretation anyway. And if it helps us resolve this issue, then I would be in favor of trying to move forward with it in some form. It may demonstrate that the current situation is the best one to move forward with, or some different subset of that. But as I say, I'm a bit concerned with the amount it may cost the county in terms of time and council as well in terms of time and dollars spent on this, but it does move us in a direction to resolve this issue.
A question for administration. I know in the grant application that the town made, the final step according to the grant application, was that there be a plebiscite to see whether or not to amalgamate. Was there that step in the grant that was rewarded?
This is truly about a study, not an actual process. That would be a different request. So I would propose that reasonably, they should go through the study process and then assess the findings of that study and the conclusion of that study before they ever, before the town decided next steps, would be my thought. But this is truly just about the study.
Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Just to follow up with Councillor Duncan there, also at the end of that, the purpose and intent of their study, at the end of that sentence is the information to determine the best governance structure of their community. So that's, to me, the end result that they want. They want to determine the best governance structure for their community. It's not necessarily a consult for us. It's to inform the citizens, which to me it's, I guess my red flags are saying that we have decided to go forward with our our agreement with Village of Caroline to pursue those matters. And I don't want this study to cloud that. And because as a county and the village working towards this, and then the town going on with this study, our residents could get very, very confused very quickly. So I guess I'm with Councillor Yard. I need some time to chew on this because I'm not sure that this is in our residents' best interest to participate. Even though they can go ahead and do it anyways, I mean, does it mean that again, it's going to be too confusing going forward. That's the way I look at it. So, the clarity in this, unfortunately, the timing is poor, in my opinion, but the granting process is what it is. And hopefully we can communicate to the village and to our residents of what we are doing versus what the town is doing with this study. So that's the clarity I think that we need to ensure that what's happening here.
Well, in my discussion with Mayor Rimmer, they are Clearwater County and the Village of Caroline are still interested in pursuing the amalgamation grant for those two municipalities to explore that possibility. And I believe that the village and the county are clearly aligned in our vision for our community. We have very good, viable working partnerships with the village. We have industrial lots on the outside of the village that were worked on together, developed together, and they're available now, just as one visible sign of how the county and the village have been able to work together in the past. The village, as part of AUMA, actually secured a virtual meeting with Minister Allard and invited myself and Mr. Emmons to join that meeting tomorrow. I am hoping that we will get a little clearer picture after that meeting. So perhaps an option is just to table this until the next council meeting, when we hopefully, after the meeting with the minister, and hopefully we will get a reply to the letter that we sent at a previous council. Councillor Vandermeer?
Make the motion to table this item to the next council meeting.
Further discussion. Councillor Duncan.
I just have one question, and I did see somewhere at one point during when this has come before us in various forms, that part of this study could also be looking at the Clearwater County Caroline amalgamation or governance situation too. So I don't fully understand. I don't know if anybody here has that answer. If this grant would allow us to, work on that through this grant as opposed to you know, looking for that separate grant that we applied to before but were denied.
I guess that's one thing that we can ask administration to look into if we do choose to table this for the next council meeting. Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Eva. I'm just looking at the RFP that the town issued here. It says the goal of the municipalities is to explore and identify the most effective, efficient governance structure to ensure the region's growth, long-term viability for all citizens. And the three goals are the three options are remain as 3 municipalities with regional cooperation, amalgamation of all 3 municipalities, or 3, amalgamation of 2 of the municipalities with regional cooperation with the other municipality. So that's been the scope of their RFP for this study.
But just to confirm, that was not in the grant application. Councillor Laird.
Yes, I will be supporting tabling this item until after you have your meeting. Fundamentally, it is my understanding that we were not included in the application as a discussion. We were not included as part of the RFP draft or consultation. And I see a fundamental flaw in looking at that level of partnerships beyond what we're trying to achieve with our various regional agreements that are serving us. And as we work through an ICF, intermunicipal collaboration framework, that we have yet to finish with only 1 out of the 13, which happens to be the town. So I'm struggling with this whole amalgamation partnership. I think we need the time to think about how we want to move forward, because there certainly hasn't been the level of collaboration one would anticipate. And it is not the direction that we looked at quite some time ago when we were looking at trying to focus our efforts in having amalgamation and viability type study from the county and the village of Caroline. We knew that was going to spread us very thin in a challenging time. You can add COVID, you can add the challenges we're having with this modernization or realignment of linear assessment. There's a lot that we would then anticipate that would be put on top of our staff. And that was at that time before we knew all these other things were going to happen. I need time to assess that. I'm grateful for tabling the item so we can consider that, as we recognize we've had very limited, if any, collaboration so far.
So further discussion on the motion to table. I will ask the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 6-1. Item 8.1, the CAO report.
Good afternoon, Council. The September 22nd CAO report. Rocky Learning Center needs input on which programs and courses to deliver for new learning opportunities. And they're asking that we complete the survey as per the attached link, which is RLC survey. The second point, there's a potential opportunity for Council to virtually meet with Honourable Tracy Allard, Minister of Municipal Affairs, during the Rural Municipalities of Alberta Fall Convention, scheduled to take place from November 3rd to 4th. The Minister asks that 2 or 3 specific policy items or issues directly relevant to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and the Department are identified for discussion at the meeting. Third, registration is now open for the 2020 Alberta Recreation and Parks Association Conference and Energized Workshop. The conference takes place from Wednesday, October 21st to Friday, October 23rd at the Jasper Park Lodge. This year's annual conference will be hosted as a hybrid event with virtual and some limited in-person experiences. Should any councillors, other than those on the Recreation Board and Committee, wish to attend and receive remuneration, council authorization would be required.
Do any councillors wish to attend that? Is that is after the org meeting? So we might have a different representative on rec? Yes, it's after the org meeting? Because currently you're on rec?
It's before the organization meeting.
It is before, okay. So any desire from any councillors, including Deputy Reese Swanson, to attend that event?
I'll be virtual.
Virtual? Is there a motion for her attendance at that event? Or we don't need it, she's on the committee. Okay, wonderful.
Fourth item, Caroline High School extends an invitation for a councillor to attend the annual award ceremony on October 2nd at 10 a.m. to present the county's post-secondary scholarship certificate and award to the selected recipient.
I am unavailable on October 2nd at 10 a.m. Councillor Vandermeer, are you?
I will offer to attend.
Okay. Is there a motion to authorize Councillor Vandermeer to attend? Councillor Duncan, all in favor? Motion carries 7-0.
And attached for council's information is two pieces of correspondence. One from Miss Marianne Cole, President of the Clearwater County Taxpayers Association, and the other is from Dwayne and Julie Andrew on behalf of the majority of Riverside Drive residents. If council has any other questions, I'd be glad to entertain.
Is administration looking into the letter from the Andrews?
So I guess to assist council in those two pieces of correspondence, the first one from the CCTA, the Clearwater County Taxpayers Association request in their letter is to cease the municipal development plan review for fear of the inability to do appropriate consultation. And the second letter attached is regarding dust suppressant and the ask that council consider having this job redone at no extra cost to residents and that the 3-year contract be maintained from that point on. And just for clarification, the year they apply the dust control is never included in the 3 years regardless. So even if it was redone, it wouldn't restart a clock.
Okay, let's look at the letter from the CTA first. So they request that we immediately stop the current review process and restart with open public meetings. Any comments or questions from council in regards to this letter? Mr. Emmons, when are the public meetings scheduled for the MDP review?
Planning is working with our consultant, PCPS, on that. COVID, of course, is a challenge in that process, to say the least. At the end of the day, I just wouldn't mind pointing out to council, this truly is council's process, not administration's. At the end of the day, if council feels that there hasn't been enough effort, this process can be 2 weeks long or 2 years long. It's truly driven by council and your satisfaction of there has been appropriate consultation and you're comfortable in then making the decisions on what this municipality looks like going forward. So I just wanted to be clear, this council truly needs to be satisfied. And if you're not, that would extend the process regardless.
So I was talking to the director of planning yesterday, and I can't find it, but I asked for an update on the number of submissions that have come in, and Kim Gillum sent an email, I believe it went to all of council, saying that there were 16 submissions so far, which is a very low number considering the gravity of the MDP. So I think the first thing that we as council need to do is we need to engage our residents and encourage them to read the 50-page newsletter that we mailed. The newsletter, I don't know the page number exactly, the newsletter with the majority of the information in it. Encourage our residents to read that and then to voice their opinion, whether for the changes or against the changes, or be more specific in what they like and what they don't like. In times of COVID, we have to change how we do things. The last thing we would want is to have an open public meeting with 200 people and an outbreak come from that. So it's not perfect. Now, so the original discussion, the date for closing comments, I believe, is September 30th for the first round. Then our consultant and our planning department and ourselves as council do more work, and we open up for more comments, I believe, in January. So I think there's enough time for the comments. We can hear people this month, we will hear them again as we further refine that MDP. This is not a closed or a silent process. Councillor Laird.
Thank you. I attended that meeting. That was on the 14th of September. And some themes, obviously, the CTA has provided us with their letter and their thoughts. One of the things that my takeaways as I was keeping notes throughout this, concern about the timing and that a type of year, how busy we've had, COVID, all of that. And I don't know that it's necessarily reflected in here, so they really felt that perhaps that it feels rushed to them because in the countryside we've all been busy with summer holidays into haying and then on to other agricultural fall endeavors. Perhaps we lack some clarity, or we need to do some better advertising with regard to when we're having these public participation meetings. Some reassurances on how we receive the various written documents seem to be another theme. So I think there's opportunity to reach out and perhaps provide that, how we're achieving that. And as we see a very strong desire to ensure that we are protecting agricultural land and not overly subdividing given those various options. Now certainly I see that as that public participation piece that will help us develop the way forward. Those were some of the themes just on the MDP from what I was able to glean from the meeting, and it was good to hear. I think that those are the kind of things that we're looking forward to understanding better. It's part of the process. To start over from scratch, I think, would be a disservice to what we've already done. But it's good to hear other perspectives for sure, and I'm glad to have the letter. It provides us some additional perspective on what they'd like to see done.
Councillor Lang.
Yes, I had a phone call regarding the MDP, and they asked for it to slow down. The question was, what's the rush? This is an important document. And they felt that the chance for public participation in an open house, or several open houses, was very important. And it came to me that once it's put in a draft form and goes back to the public, that it never gets changed. And they said that was from past history in the last MDP. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but they want to have their say before the draft is even up. So they just felt the open houses were very, very important.
Councillor Lang, when you were having this discussion, did they give you any indication of specific parts of the MDP that were proposed that are out for public debate right now that they disagreed with? Or is it just, we need to slow down?
Slow down was the main one. Open houses. They want open houses. And specific parts, yeah, the subdivisions.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Well, I had a phone call as well, and I have a person at the other end of that line that was saying, hurry up and get her done. It just depends. I mean, they were comfortable with the online, what was being done. They were comfortable with reading the full MDP strikeout as well. And they said they had a 4 to 5 page draft letter already ready to submit to our planning department with the good and, you know, their opinions on it as well. So I realize that we've had according to your latest tally on the amount of responses that we've had to date is disappointing, to say the least. But the whole process has changed. We can't, by continuing on with what we're, what the old ways are doing, we've got to be able to embrace technology and try and engage more people to be part of this. And I don't know how. I know I pack around 2 or 3 hard copies, and I know where I go is like, have you responded? Yes, no, what you like, what you don't like. If it's not there, please write in, or, you know, if you don't want to write in, phone and talk to one of the planners. I know that's what I've been doing for the last 3 weeks, anybody that I've come across, and some of them have said, oh, I haven't even, dived into it. And I said, well, time's a ticking. The end of September is just about here too. So I think it's urgency from us, and I know our communications and planning have been putting out some videos on our YouTube, and I don't know what more we can do. There's no opportunity for us to go to, I'll say, to a public event to promote it either. So that's the unfortunate part on that end of things. I was trying to think of that sandwich night where everybody goes to register for hockey and everything else. We could have, but they didn't do that this year. So it's a different format. So I don't see the process of slowing down. I think that we are giving, and it's like when we were going through the land use bylaw hearing back in February, or was it, March? Was it March or February? Anyways, when we were going through that and the amount of responses we got through that, people want to be engaged on those platforms, and I'm thinking once we get a little further down, people will really get more engaged. At this point, they're just mulling it over right now. I don't think they've really had the dialogue, or we haven't. Maybe the responses that we get by the end of the month, and when planning comes back to us at the middle of October, we'll have an opportunity then to have more of a gel the ideas a little bit more together and go forward with that. So 6 one, half a dozen the other right now. So I'm full steam ahead in my opinion.
Councillor Duncan.
I'm generally okay with moving on as we are. Following other comments, it is difficult to do this in an open house session. We also have to remember that a lot of these draft changes brought to us in this plan from the planning department are the result of comments and questions and problems that people have had over the years. So this is what we're presenting to the public has not been without the input of residents or developers or people that are involved in the MDP and the land use bylaw. So sometimes there's a reason why the response level is low, that those interested ones that have gone through the process, their comments have been to a large degree already recorded as well.
And I'd just like to commend the planning department. They put together some videos on, I'm looking at it right now, on subdivision to explain the proposed changes, the proposed changes on resource extraction, proposed changes on campgrounds. And I really encourage, you know, perhaps administration can re-encourage the communication department to share these videos and share more information on our social media channels to get people engaged and to read and then to comment. So in regards to the letter to the Andrews, from the Andrews, Rick, could you just restate what you said? That was a few minutes ago and I forgot.
So their ask was to have the dust control redone and have the 3-year warranty start from the time it's redone. In discussions with Public Works, I did learn new information to me. It indeed is different oil than what Riverview received. When there is a large project like Riverview, it's a much greater quantity, and with that greater quantity we're able to B-train it directly from the factory. Whereas the smaller ones come from the supplier, so the supplier gets it from the factory. So if they cut the product to make it go further or whatever, it is a different oil. So it is not the same oil. So when people are looking at, and I thought it was, I truly did. So when I was looking at it, those were the eyes I was looking through, as I'm sure others were. But it is a different oil from a different supplier. One's direct from the manufacturer. So.
Well, my question then is, if it was a different oil, is the job not up to spec?
It meets all policy, and it is covered under the 3-year warranty. I've had conversations with Public Works. Now, with these standard dust controls in front of a residence that's not a mile long or 2 miles long, we do get it from a different supplier because it's a smaller quantity, so it is a different oil. If it unravels, we are required to, borne by all the taxpayers of Clearwater, we do open it up, add oil, and relay it. I have had conversations with Public Works and going forward, even taking that little extra time, you know, ensuring that there's adequate oil, there's a good mixture in there, understanding this oil is a beige, it's not a black, so it is a different material, but truly getting the aggregate mixed. There needs to be enough oil. So if it does unravel, that will be on Clearwater County to redo.
So this work was done this spring or this summer?
I believe August. Councillor Lang would know better, but I believe it was in August.
Councillor Lang?
Yeah, I believe it was August as well, and I have taken a drive by this area, and I've also taken a drive by the rodeo grounds where it was also done just prior, and it's a noticeable difference. The quality of workmanship is not there, and I did check with administration, and as Rick has alluded to, that he did not know about the difference in the type of oil, and it was kind of thought that maybe it might be more to workmanship in the mixing of the aggregate with the oil. And so my thought process, or where I was going, is if the staff was putting it down in front of their own place, would they take an extra 15 minutes to mix it a little bit better and do a bit better job? And so I think Rick has had that conversation with the staff, but since then we've learned that this change in oil may factor into this job as well. But no, the quality of work is not there. I would not be happy. You know, you pay for something like that, and yeah, we do guarantee 3 years, but oftentimes this can last 6, 7 years, and so I don't expect this to last any more than 3 years. So I'm disappointed in the work.
Councillor Laird.
Perhaps I'm just missing this in the letter. How many residents are Mr. and Mrs. Andrew representing here?
I would say approximately half a dozen to 10. I'm just trying to count the number of homes up that road.
I guess my subsequent question that leads me to wonder, so potentially this is 10 residents that paid into this program? I feel like I'm missing something here.
So, yes, but as per council's policy, when you have residents in a shorter stretch, it's factored out on a per linear meter basis. So it wouldn't be the traditional, you stand alone in front of your residence. It's a base cost. This base cost is spread out over the meters and then divided up by the linear meter per resident is the way it's factored out by policy.
Oh, thank you, because I'm thinking it's 150 meters if I recall.
Yes.
And so I was envisioning 10 of these put together, and that's 1.5 kilometers, and that's a different.
Correct.
This is a cost share on a short span.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Lang.
Just a thought here. Would it be reasonable to suggest to administration to add, rather than redoing all this, but to add maybe a couple years more guarantee for patchwork on it? That would probably be, I'm thinking, less costly and may satisfy the residents. Is that something administration would entertain or could?
I think that's more decision for council than for administration.
Truly it is. Council's policy guarantees 3 years. Administratively, if a resident gets 4, 5, or 10, those are bonus years. We guarantee 3. So if it unravels in the 3 by council's policy, we would be obligated and financially and physically to redo. If council chose to extend that warranty, that would be a council decision by policy. Administration cannot.
One thing I would like to see administration do is investigate whether or not we paid and got substandard oil. That's my biggest concern. We do not want to have a situation where suppliers think they can sell to Clearwater County subpar materials. That's my number one concern in this. Because if we did receive substandard materials, then it's a different discussion we have with the Andrews and the residents of Riverside. Councillor Lang.
Sorry, you kind of threw me off track there. I'm just thinking that if we extended this warranty, that would maybe be a win-win for the county and these residents. So a few years ago in Nordegg, and Rick may be able to add to this, but a lot of the roads were done in Nordegg, and there were some really good jobs and some really poor jobs. And from what I recall, the roads that were not done very well were either redone or maybe patchwork redone, I'm not sure, but that was a big expense for the county. But these Nordegg folks that had paid to have dust suppression from their front of their place, it was fixed up. And so I'm not sure what this solution here is, but I'm just thinking maybe a couple years extra warranty would satisfy these people, the residents, and it wouldn't be as costly for the county.
Well, that is one option. I'm wonder how many other residents, if it was substandard oil, substandard product that we used, how many other residents in the county will be having the exact same problem? So I would like administration to investigate that. Is there someone who'd care to make that motion? No?
May I
Mr.
make
Emmons?
the suggestion, Reeve Hoven, that Public Works can put this into an agenda and bring it back for council, for perhaps a better forum for dialogue?
That would be excellent. Thank you. Any other questions with the CAO report? Any questions about the Public Works report? Deputy Reeve Swanson, you have a question?
Yeah, I have 2 questions. Yeah, I have 2 questions. One is in regards to number 8 in the Nordic Historical Commercial Core, in regards to the possible salvaging of the Bighorn store. I know they were talking in their, staff was saying that they were going to salvage as much brick as they could. I was wondering if there's anything else to salvage off the Bighorn store other than the brick. I'm not sure who I've directed
Mr.
that
Emmons?
questions to, sorry, he's in. I'll repeat the
Sorry.
question, that's
I thought
okay.
you were researching.
In regards to the Bighorn store in the Nordic Historical Core, as I understand that there will be salvaging as much brick as possible in regards to the Bighorn store. Is there other things that could be salvaged from that store other than the brick?
The inside artifacts, there's the old lockers, the telecompter. Unfortunately, because of the lack of security, back in the day, they actually used the Bighorn store to watch movies.
Oh, okay.
And the theater system has been pillaged over the years, so it's long gone. It is the problem with these buildings. We do lock them down, but people just kick in the doors, so we quit locking them and they kick in the doors anyway. So everything that can be salvaged will, but truly it centers around the brick. The brick allows us to reuse it on the mine site itself, because it's from the era. Although the back half of the store is not. It was a fabricate, so it has no historical value whatsoever. But the front original portion, the brick that can be salvaged will be. We're not going to, and Eric, thank goodness, showed up. It's my understanding we're not going to go to the time and expense of cleaning all the bricks and stacking them in a nice pile, but it will be loaded into a truck and stockpiled.
Okay. Second question I have is in regards to the Caroline Hall parking lot. It's mentioned that parking receptacles have been installed. Is that like for electrical? Is that for like plug-ins for stuff? Or can you give me, and who will be paying that utility bill, or who's responsible for that?
Can I back up to the first question?
Oh, sure.
Just because there's a little bit of confusion, I just got to check the wording in the agenda item or the director's report, but it was actually Shank's Garage, not the Bighorn store that was
sorry.
identified.
Okay, sorry, yes.
So just to provide that, clarity. So as you can see from the picture there, the grade lines, we did our best to facilitate that building. We've done the tour with the planning director as well as TAO Emmons came out there. And it really would be tough to make that entire area be usable in its current condition. So that's why we are proposing. There isn't a whole bunch there's nothing on the inside that could be really salvaged. We've done the hazard materials testing, and fortunately, it came back negative, so there is no hazardous materials to mitigate in that regard, so, which is great, because that has turned out to be very costly, this mitigation measure. In regards to Caroline, I apologize, I don't know who pays the power bill. I believe it goes back to the operations of the hub, and however that cost is split out. And I believe the receptacles would be for parking, as well as along that area that I believe was the staff parking for the school as well. So how that the billing for the power is divided up, I am not entirely sure.
Do you know how many receptacles you were putting in?
No, I don't, sorry.
Okay, that's all I had.
Other questions about Public Works? Councillor Lang.
Just a question regarding Nordig and Shank's Garage and the Bighorn store. So I'm just trying to recall, is it the understanding that anyone that wants to put up a building, like I know we were going to try and save Shank's Garage, but now that we can't, is it expected that if another building goes there, it's built sort of as a replica of Shank's Garage? Is that...
So that is one of the ideas that is being floated right now administratively. That truly would be up to council to adopt into your Nordic development design guidelines. But the cost to bring the old Shank's Garage up to today's code, it may be more feasible for a developer, a potential business owner, to replicate the look of Shank's Garage, but with new materials, bring it up to today's standard. So that way we don't lose the historic look. But unfortunately, with the elevation of Shank's Garage, it just doesn't, it wouldn't be a viable building at the end of the day. So that is an alternative, Councillor Lang, that will be brought to council for its decision.
Any further questions on the Public Works report? Councillor Reports. Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. Just one small item, North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance. We meet every couple of months, and it's pretty much business as usual with the COVID protocols. We're in good shape financially with some reserves, so if there are some somewhat less contributions from our municipal partners, generally we expect about $160,000 a year from municipalities. There's 40-some that contribute to the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance. That if that's down, some municipalities have indicated that they may cut their budgets overall by 10% or something like that, so it wouldn't be unrealistic for NSWA to expect a 10% reduction or something. If that was their choice from that municipality, they would follow through with the contributions there as well. But we are still doing fine and moving forward with good participation from board members.
Councillor Lang, or Laird.
Thank you. On September 15th, the Rocky Senior Housing Board it's met, and we've revised an earlier incentive with regard to move-in incentives. So we're going to continue to offer a half month of rent to those coming into the facility. We're trying to continue to encourage residents who want to come into the Westview Lodge that incentive. We're already, and I did indicate at our last council meeting that we are working with the Caroline group about senior housing needs, and that's a working group that will be continuing to have representation from the Rocky Senior Housing Group. We have tenant meetings coming up in the coming weeks, and that's more just an annual event that we sit down with each of the tenants and go over any concerns and or highlights that they'd like to bring to our attention. Then, so that's on that. As chair of the Rocky Airport Commission on Friday. You would have been copied on a couple emails that I sent out to the commission, the Airport Commission, asking first and requesting the urgently to have a meeting by no later than tomorrow, Wednesday, September the 23rd, which was not accepted. And we're still awaiting a date that would be sooner than October the 19th. So we have, to date, so far, received 26 plus letters, multiple emails associated, and 3 of them, no less than 3, have now asked our county council to consider if we would have a conversation with our partners in Rocky as council to council, if we would be even considering taking over the administration of the airport. I do not take that lightly. I understand the anxiety it will bring not only to us, but our counterparts in the town. But I have come to appreciate and realize and value the importance of our airport to our businesses and to our residents. I'm not entirely clear on the best way to move this forward, but I cannot take a request like that as chair of that committee lightly. So I'm just reporting to you, as you've seen the emails and letters come in, that we now have a very serious request that we're going to have to consider. So that's my report.
Thank you. Councillor Lougheed?
Yes, on a slightly lighter note, the David Thompson Recreation Board met on September the 10th, and each of the communities there are kind of struggling with how to open or reopen with COVID. So, but coming up with some plans and probably going to be looking for some additional funding to get through a rough time. Also reported on the schools, that the schools are back in. There's about 8% of the people have chosen to homeschool, so the majority of students are back in school right now. And of course the schools are struggling somewhat with the COVID restrictions and keeping little people within the Alberta health guidelines. Then furthermore, the Parkland Regional Library met via Zoom meeting on September the 17th. They again have been struggling with COVID, kind of changing how they do things, much more online programs, and kind of going outside of what your typical library type programs would be, and supporting, for instance, they were doing more e-books, working with early childhood literacy, which is usually in the realm of FCSS or something like that. So they're trying to stay current and relevant in the online thing. And for us, for the 2021 budget, is they indicated there would be very little change in the requisitions. There's some minor changes in pay. There be with the grid steps from some of their staff, but other than that, there won't be much change in the requisition. And that's it for me.
Thank you. Most items I was going to say have already been addressed. The Caroline Hub improvements are moving along forward. We've seen the pictures of the paving in the Public Works report, and the bathroom renovations are moving forward on time and under budget at this point, so that is good news. I also wanted to just address to my fellow councillors the need to engage our residents and ask them to please comment on the MDP review using the existing tools that are more COVID compliant. Please feel free to share stuff on Facebook and Twitter, and the newsletter, as Deputy Reece Swanson does, so we can make sure that everyone in the county is informed of the proposed changes and we can get their input on that.
All right. Actually, I'll start on the 17th. The Rimbey Regional Synergy Group met via Zoom. That is the industry within that area and the local Rimbey department, the new Sergeant St. Cyr. Anyways, Again, we all know because of the delegation that came before us at the last meeting that Rimby Department is short-staffed. The crime is still happening within their industry, but they feel because of CERB, some of it's been a little more downgraded. They are happy with the way industry is now reporting crime because they're also including loss of production within those numbers as well, not just what the theft and damage has been done. After that, I went to the Red Deer River Municipal Users Group via Zoom as well. There was a presentation by the Eastern Irrigation District in regards to that. I did not realize that they have a internet of which they've had towers for 15 years, and they have fiber coming there to help with they are now going from canals to in-pipe, so that was interesting. They have over 2,000 kilometers of canals, of which 1,200 of it has been converted to inline pipe, so that was very interesting. I'm also registered for AUMA, so I've attended 3 of their educational sessions online. The 2 on Friday that were most interesting, there was one about future of municipal governance and another one on emergency management of economic development. So these are being recorded, and I'm going to find out when they're available and I can share them with the rest of council. And on Saturday the 19th, I participated with Councillor Lang in the Clearwater Community Crime Watch Charity Barbecue at Rainbow Ford. Approximately 70 people, and it was cool and smoky, but I think it was great for the people that did come out, and that's it for now. And after the AUMA conference is done this week, I'll have my report out for you early next week, and then a verbal report on the following council meeting.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Thank you. Last Wednesday, September 16th, I attended the CAPE board meeting in Penhold. CAPE has 2 major initiatives, one of which was started almost 2 months ago now, that being the Transportation and Logistics Task Force. I commented on that previously. And at this meeting, we established the second major initiative, which is the CAPE Broadband Task Force. And the focus there is to lobby, coordinate, and share best practices across central Alberta to enhance broadband throughout our communities here. I was nominated and confirmed to serve as chairman of that particular task force. And this effort will dovetail with our county's initiative to establish broadband services here in Clearwater County. And also comment that at the meeting, one large municipal member reported that in the face of some declining tax revenues, that they were in the process of reducing their operating expenses. And one of the initiatives they reported on was reducing the number of senior directors and the number of departments in their organization to try to streamline and reduce costs. And we're going to have a little later here, I don't have the date in front of me, a fall general meeting. And it was a little bit surprising to me that the directors decided to go with an in-person meeting. We had 3 options to consider, one to be all virtual, one to be mixed, and one to be in person. And it was decided to make it in person, and those meetings normally are in the order of 100 to 120 individuals. We're probably going to have it as a noon meeting instead of an evening meeting this fall. And I'm a little bit uncertain yet personally, even though we approved the in-person meeting. I believe there's a 50-50 chance that situations may change enough that we may have to alter that conclusion. Anyway, that's all I have to report on the CAPE thing. Thank you.
Councillor Lang, or Laird.
It's kind of
I
nice.
think we need a recess. No, keep going.
It's kind of nice being the last because Councillor Liard and Deputy Reeve Swanson give half my reports. The only thing I have to add is the Rocky Community Learning Centre, and it's on the CAO report. They're looking for input as to potential courses that they could bring into this area. They usually bring the courses in through Red Deer College or Olds College, but I think they can draw from other sources as well. So it's their intake time of the year for suggestions.
Okay, there was one item of the CAO report that we did not address, and that was a meeting to meet with the Minister of Municipal Affairs. I don't know, do we need a motion to request that? Okay, do we have a deadline that we need to get them the relevant topics, or do we need to decide that right now? Okay. So we should do that today, or we could do it through email. We'll do it. Okay, we'll do, so please forward topics to administration. Do we have any information on other ministers that will be available for virtual conferencing at that time? Okay. So could we have a motion to accept all the reports? Deputy Reeve Swanson, all in favor? Motion carries. So we will be moving into our closed session. Can I have a motion to enter closed session? Councillor Duncan, all in favor? Motion carries. We have left our closed session. We have one motion coming out of that closed session. Is there a councillor who'd care to make that motion? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Thank you. That council directs administration to apply for the municipal stimulus program grant funding for 4 projects. First, the Leslieville East Road grading base project. Second, the Nordig Link. Third, the Condor Sanitary Lines Curb and Gutter project. And fourth, the Burnstick Lake grading and base pave project.
Any further discussion on that motion? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. A motion to adjourn. Councillor Vandermeer, all in favor? Motion carries. Have a good afternoon, everyone.